Oh. Yo, 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 what's up, guys? Good morning, sorry. I was typing up the spy game plan for premium. What's up, Letterbuck? What's up, Mikey? And yeah, pretty good news on, what's it called? Pretty good news on Bull this morning. They're going to be up a lot. Well, a lot. They're going to be up. Good morning, good morning. So yesterday we we anticipated the move up and the rejection of this. The only thing that was off about yesterday was the pacing, right? Things are just a little bit too slow from here into this area, and the end of day move was a little too, you could say slow, but also quick, because it happened so quick that only a few candles actually closed back under this area, so it kind of made it a little bit awkward on the bigger time frame. But it still worked exactly how we talked about, going up, hitting this, even end of day, rejecting and pulling back down. Not joking. Go back in yesterday's stream, bar for bar. That's what we said yesterday was going to do. But I would never have said that it was going to do it this slow, hitting this high, as well as rejecting and pushing down with only that many candles, right? You know, we're really expecting from like 1 o'clock to close for it to do this, right? It really only did this the last like hour, so that's interesting. But this is a bearish retest, though. We already kind of started under it. We basically went above it, went right back below it. Today could have done one of two things. We could have, let me zoom out. We could have easily have just kind of opened sideways, or even just a little bit under previous day low, and then gone up and retested like the previous day close and then gone down more, or even the PDO and then gone down more. They did all that in pre-market. They rejected here, lower high, now they've dropped down. They hit the first fib extension, rejected the first fib extension, and to the second. Remember, this fib extension, these two dotted lines here, a third one down here, that is of this gap down, right? From Friday into Monday, using that fib going down like that. Wow, that was actually almost perfect. It gives us these extra targets outside of our normal levels that we already have, and we've already hit two of them. So now I understand, like, okay, we've already sold off enough to hit two fib extensions of a gap down from another day, right? So Not only is drawing today's going to be important, but understanding that we've already gone through 2 of the 3 main targets today. Just kind of put yourself on a more aware platform. So, basically, in short, if we are to expect more selling, it's going to be under 558, under this extension. And you can almost ignore this level and just focus on getting down to this one. But since we've sold off so much, you can't ignore this level. If we were like, normal situation, I don't even think I'd have this marked. I'd probably delete it and just focus on the dotted lines. But because we've already sold off through 1, 2, and there's not like, anything in the book that says we have to hit the third, we have to take into account that 557.50 could be a spot where they tap out and slow down and grind and then base build, and then we get a good maybe lunchtime move or end of day move for a move up. But right now I would be focused on going down a little bit more first. So let's talk about how we're going down first before we talk about how we're going to slow down and go back up. Let's wait until we see it. Why try to rush the ball on that one, huh? Bigger time frame though, we can see if we zoom out. I like to always keep this chart here on the side because it kind of shows you the thinking behind everything. But if you go from this high to this low, we're kind of focused on this right here, as well as the fib extension targets, because if we do end up going lower, I'd love to know where are we going. So that was kind of what gave us our deciding factor on our other chart, sorry. And then we have this high, go down to this low. We have, you guys, most of you already have this one though. And then you have whatever this is, 524.61. So we're kind of focused on those mainly. In between that, if you zoom in, you can see you really only have like one slowdown, kind of a second slowdown, which I mean really is like using that as like a higher low. That's really it. And then outside of that, we can go from here, close to open. Whoops, missed that entirely. Close to open. So now we have extra levels here. That's those fib extensions I was just talking to you about. Today, we can add the new ones. You can see we've gone through the first one, made it through the second. Looking like we want to go down to the third. But the only thing that we don't have added that we can't really add yet until 12 minutes from now is the overnight gap fib. So we'll be waiting to draw that. That's probably the only other most important thing that's not on the screen. And really, we're really only looking to find that so we can find the 50%, because we really wanted to see if we do go back up at all, where are we going to reject? And did we reject the 50% in pre-market? Because I just want to see that, because we pretty much did everything we needed to outside of that. Excuse me. IWM. I need to update the levels actually on this. Oh wait, no I don't. It's doing the same thing as SPY basically. Not as clean, but it did the rejection of that level outside of that. I could draw this actually. Close to open. We have that level, we have that level, we don't have that one. So let's just put a line there, a dot, and we remove this. We don't have any extra lines on our screen. So we can see it actually has done exactly what SPY did. It made it through the first, hit the second, is looking to try and break the second fib extension going into the third down here. So that's kind of their game plan for IWM. They're looking to either break this, make it down to here, hold this, maybe get some settling, maybe a retake position wherever they lose, and then retake the level. They hold it. So a couple scenarios here that pretty much all revolve around 196.70, and it was really good to go back and make sure we have the close to open drawn on that fib, so we get those fib extension targets down here. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm trying to go over the game plan before market open, but you're welcome to type as much as you guys want in the YouTube stream. Good morning. Good morning, Letter Buck, Mikey, Discord Stock Exchange. That's a hell of a name. King Carnage. Good morning. Adam. Good to see you. Eric. Good to see you. Good morning. You guys have any questions about the game plans? Just ask. I'm going over IWM right now. I just finished going over SPY. How's Bitcoin doing? I kind of stopped looking at them. The only like recent info I've drawn is this high down to this low. And basically this just shows that they base built at the 0%. They actually didn't even go lower. And they've already made it back up to square one basically. Let's see if we could find like an individual equity defined for a backup trade. I won't lie, Meta is looking crazy. Their options changed a little expensive, but this chart's crazy. Because you got like this like higher open that fell, higher open that made a higher close, lower open that made a higher close. I mean, this thing's all over the place. Today's going to have another lower open. It'd be interesting to see if it has another higher close, or is this where it taps out finally? So daily candle-wise, that's going to be pretty important for Meta. Tesla, you can look for continuation to the downside, of course. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point. But yesterday was a really good kind of start to this, though. The bearish kicker lower open, actually getting a good dip into those higher lows. And today, it looks like we are, I was going to say, the next thing they really need to break is like whatever this low is, and then that fib. So 270.78, 273.60. If we go down to the smaller time frames, we can see we're just now breaking that fib, actually. So Tesla could be a good outside play. Just look to be bearish under these two levels here. Any retake of them is definitely a sign of like, hey, fuck, I think I'm wrong. So no problems there. It's pretty obvious once you see it. Let's try to find a second one. I don't think Tesla's a good enough pick for everybody here. Oh. I was like, why isn't it switching the chart? Boeing's another one that I kind of liked the other day, except it invalidated instantly, 184.40. You could definitely look to be bearish under this level again, though. So, under these two levels for me. Again, same thinking as Tesla. Any retake of these levels, definitely a sign that it's not trying to drop instantly or with good enough momentum, maybe. So, really good signs there for BA. Maybe I'll repost these because I keep forgetting to. That was weird. JD, kind of liking this chart for short-term upside as long as they're fighting for 34, basically. Not a bad looking chart. I kind of like that they had a retake of it right here. Good move up. And you can see we had another recent loss of this level. Good move up. So looking to see if we can hold on to this and then work itself up. If not, it'll probably fade back into this gap and then work itself back up. UNH, interesting spot. They're going to be pretty much flat this morning when they open. I think healthcare will be an interesting thing to look at. Same for IWM. I think IWM will be interesting today. Target, I just like that they're down in these dips. Same for Nike. Same for UPS. Kava, I'm kind of just watching. Nothing with SG yet, but I have it on watch. I like this for investing. I like this for investing. Snow, I'm kind of watching for options, but no setups yet. Actually, I say that, but this is actually a very good bearish setup right here before today's opens even happened. And the fact that we're going to open lower indicates that we definitely have a nice bearish setup looking here, looking at least go test whatever that is. So Snow could actually be a good setup under whatever this is and this. Yeah, there you go. That's not a bad setup. Any good breaks of 165.50, 164.40s could definitely be looking for downside action today. Oh, wait, they have earnings soon. That sucks. Okay, never mind. We got like 2 weeks on that. It's not the end of the world on that. And yeah, that's a pretty good amount of charts. I think I'm good on the extra setups. Kind of got Snow in the back of our head. We got Tesla, BA again. There's a few others as well. But mainly SPY, IWM as usual. And we are getting the new low on both of those as I speak. which again, kind of expecting this. We talked about this pretty heavily in yesterday's stream, so if you were in there or you caught any of the replays of that, kind of had early context that we were expecting this to not dump. I'm not gonna say you should be expecting huge red candles right now. No, but you definitely should have expected some sort of pullback because we literally went over this 100 times. Just again, the push of this, the hit of this, the loss of this, that's what we went over. That's again a bearish retest. You went down, you went up, you lost. It's like early comings of let's try to break previous day low or this day's low. And then, of course, just a high impactful pre-market. Can't really take away from it. But yeah, if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. Definitely be sure to leave a like on the stream. It helps out a ton. Share the stream link around. Sorry for punching the mic just now. AMD struggling to get over 100. Yeah, AMD can be a good watch. I always like the semiconductors. You'll never hear me hate on them unless it's like earnings season. AMD and Nvidia are always a good watch. AMD might take a lot longer to recover than I think a lot of people think, but I still think they're great companies. Are we all good though, stream? Is everybody good on the game plans? We understand what we're looking for. We understand kind of the context of what's already happened. We're not, completely lost. I don't know why this is so far to the right. There we go. Make sure to show me a thumbs up so I know we're all good. Again, we went over SPY, IWM, Tesla, Boeing, a bunch of other setups as well, but just to kind of keep it organized. I don't know why I do that. I literally have all of this charted, but I'm like, let's just chart it all again. I think I just really like starting from like the step one part of it to kind of show you exactly like, look, anybody could draw this. It's not like, it's not rocket science. But it's kind of nice to kind of start over too, because it kind of re-gives you that context and what you know. So let's say you're like just really forgetful. You just have the worst short-term memory loss. Maybe yesterday you had a good kind of sense of what's going on and what could happen, and then you went to bed. And then you woke up today, and it's like, bam, you just forgot it all. Nothing's in there. It's really nice for those kind of people, too, who are easily forgetting what just happened. Maybe they get not a good as touch on the market, but then they go over it, they redo it, they re-review the context, and then they're like, oh, okay, never mind. I kind of know what to understand today now. You understand the expectations for the day. Does that make sense, though? Because we're able to kind of break down what are the probabilities of what can do this, what can do that, just based on what's recently happened. It's very powerful. And yeah, guys, market's about to open here in about 13 seconds. And yes, I am in the Discord as well. Kind of sucks. We already hit 2 of the main targets for the day. I was really like, last night when I posted that at like almost 1, I was looking at it like up here. I was like, man, that'd be really nice if it just doesn't fall all night. So we can call out puts pretty early on in the day and then just kind of take it down pretty easily. But now you're like on the tail end of the move where you're kind of hoping it goes down more. Which, it should go down to this fib extension since we've already made this low. We should go down to at least 556.30 on SPY. And for IWM, we should go down to whatever that fib extension was. I believe it was around this level. But any sign or struggle at any of these fib extensions, like this one here, or like on SPY, right here, any struggle or retake of this, it definitely kind of leads us to believe that we are going to go up and smack the next. But that's kind of the thinking right now. We're like level to level right now because of this drop. We're very directionally going down, but we're at a part of this down move where it's like, no shit, we're going down, you know? Anybody could see it. So you don't want to be part of the obvious move, but there is a very good chance we go down to that third fib extension. The reason we're saying that is because normally when you get this amount of selling, you do hit all three. We're already down here. It's kind of like that situation where it's like you might as well just go hit it. But also not going to be that shocked if we just literally hold this one after this amount of selling. It's so obvious. I wouldn't be surprised to see some buying at the open. Another very good reason to wait the very first 20 to 30 minutes when you have like very big overnight moves. Oh, and also we can draw the overnight fib. Which remember, I really don't care about all the levels on this one. I'm really more focused on where is the 50% of it. And there it is. It's close to that fib extension. So we're gonna draw that. Remove this fib. And I want to put a little bit of like a highlighted spot here. Now this is very similar, if you were in yesterday's stream, to this area. Yesterday I had this area highlighted, and we talked about going up and hitting this and rejecting this by the end of the day. Now again, timing was definitely a little bit off, but the moves were exactly covered. And then a good follow-up move, not just after hours, but in the pre-market of today. But this is exactly the same thinking as this right here. It's the same exact thing. It's just another kind of like midpoint or median. So if we go up, we expect to at least hit this. This could also be one of those days, just like this. It's very common to go up, hit this, trade around it, and then reject it by the end of the day. It's a very common thing to do on a day that gaps down, which this is one of those days. So don't think that that can't happen. This is, again, just a very normal, common, balanced move that happens on down days. When they have a lower open, they're just trying to go up and smack that 50%. Sometimes they're trying to trade above it, like you saw a little bit at the end of the yesterday, kind of towards lunchtime, into the third part of the day where it does try to give you this end of day move. Sometimes you don't get this move like this. Sometimes this happens over the course of 2 hours, not just an hour and like 15 minutes. Sometimes it doesn't happen at all. Sometimes they do just kind of get into this area and then just stop, you know, but it's almost always derived around being around this area, being around that 50%. So on a down day, they went back up. Same thing here on a down day. If they do go back up, where are they most likely headed to smack their head? That 50% area of the overnight. So make sure you understand that when you're drawing it, you're not just drawing it. You understand how to use it. And I say the same thing for all of your levels. Don't just draw your levels. Make sure you understand what you're looking at, the thinking behind it. Good push back above this level, though, like we talked about. Very possible. Triple Q looks like their focus level today is around like 480. IWM is 196.70. They're already pushing well above that. And I guess if you want, you could draw your 50% for this one, too, just to see where is it. Previous day close down to today's open. Again, those can't really move. They're already here. They're setting stone, so. And it's right there. Remove that. So, pretty close, actually. It makes it look a lot farther when you're looking at it like this. But when you draw that 50%, it makes it feel a little bit more in control of something. You know, something you're not, like, completely freaking out about. Just because you understand, like, oh, okay, this is 50% of that dip. If we go smack it, like, it makes complete sense. You know, it's not that crazy of a concept. And good morning, everybody who joined in on the stream. Good morning, Churukum, Camara, Letterbuck, Spicy Pepper, Tisius, and VC. Good to see you all. Good morning, Lag, on the YouTube stream. Good to see you. And sorry, guys, sometimes I just kind of get caught up covering things, so if you ask something or you say something, just give it a couple minutes. I'm sure I'll catch it. If you guys have any questions or comments or anything to add on to anything while I'm going over this, just feel free to. But right now, we're just watching blood, basically. We started down hitting... excuse me, I'm just losing my voice, honestly. We've hit 2 fib extensions of the gap down from the other day. So we're pretty much just hitting bearish targets after getting a bearish retest is basically what we've gotten so far. BA and Tesla are good side watches. IWM as well. Kind of looking to see, do we struggle here or retake here? You can see right now they're actually deciding to hold just like yesterday at 184.40. Watch that though for a dip in case we do a head lower. Tesla, same story, just different numbers. 270.80 and 273.60s. You can look for bearish retests under this or retakes. Right now we're just seeing kind of the same thing across the market right now. We're starting down, getting a nice buyer move in this first candle. We talked about this being a possibility before the open just because it is very common. It's not like this is, you know, abnormal or anything. But let's jump over to the 5 and 1 minute and then we'll just chill for a second. Default. That's not the chart, is it? It can't be. Alright, 2-day 5 minute. Let's get the 5 minute up over here. Wait, so which chart is this? It is default. What is this then? Oh, it just looks really weird. Huh? Oh, it is that one. Okay, I knew I was tripping. I need to fix my, how many charts I have. I keep redoing the same chart. So I have like 6 of the same levels. But one of them, this one, is like the most updated because like I just did it with you guys. Alright, so we got our 5 minute here on this left side. Got our 1 minute up on this right side. We'll just kind of monitor everything for a second. Welcome, guys. Good morning, good morning. Hopefully you guys are enjoying some of the updates and the breakdown so far. Trying my best to keep you updated. If you guys have any charts you want me to look at while we're just kind of looking at stuff, feel free to butt in and be like, hey, look at this. If you guys have any updates, though, feel free to drop this as well. And I'm trying to read Discord at the same time, too, so give me a second. Good morning. Sorry, I missed you drawing the 50%. Can you show me from where to where? The yesterdays or today's? Remember, when you're drawing any 50% of an overnight move, you're just drawing from the previous day close to today's open. So like in this case, to get this area here, we just drew from this day's close to today's open. And then we got the top level right there. And this is a fib extension of the move down from the other day. So we're just, all we did was add one level and then highlight it, just like we did here. It's the exact same thing I did yesterday. Oh, on IWM. It's the same thing. Sorry, different chart. Get your fib extension, go to your previous day close, and then jump to your today's open. Just kind of drag it. And then you get that top level. And it lines up with another level that I've been posting and going over. So I just highlighted it just like I did on SPY. The exact same method. No, yesterday's close. Yesterday's close, not low. Close. Close to open. You need to remember this too. Like the open and the close are very important. Close to open. Close to open. These are like the gateways of each day. This is like the door closing off yesterday. This is the door opening up today. No, you're fine. Good question. This is very important, so that's very, very good that you asked that. Oops. Let's fix this chart because it's about to do that to us again. There we go. Good morning. I can't even speak English. Good morning, everybody who's tuning in. Glad to see you all. My bad, Tisius. Do you draw any fib extensions from middle or top of candle? Do you draw fib extensions from middle or top of candles? I'm confused on your question. I'll be honest. Good morning, VC. Fib extensions from middle or top of candle. when I drag the line. So like going from the close of yesterday going to today's open. These fib extensions that pop up. Let me delete this for a second so you don't see too much. These are just excess targets outside of anything else we might already have, right? So of this move from here to here, these are just calculated moves down as well. So that's all they are. They're just extra, like, added targets forming. Let me add that back so I don't forget. The only reason I didn't really care about keeping them on my screen just yet is because we haven't started heading lower yet, but I'm sure I'll go back and re-add it to see it if we do, but just trying to keep the chart super clean for everybody. If it was me and I wasn't streaming to anybody, I'd leave it all on. Let me know, though, if that helped you. I don't know if that's what you meant. Decent higher low above this fib extension so far. I'm really gripping at straws here for the buyers. Again, just looking to see if we can get that balanced move to at least 560.50s today. That was helpful to see us? Okay, good. Follow-up question. So when it is down from yesterday's close, we are looking for upward 50%. Yes, you're looking for it to go up to at least the 50%. This is what we see as like a balanced median. You know, if we were to drop a bunch, this is where we expect it to go, to at least smack its head. If we go up at all that day, again, you can hear me say if that, if this. It's because I'm setting conditions for it. I'm not just saying, oh, every time we gap down, we will go hit the 50%. No, that's not the case. That's not going to happen every time. But it's one of the potential outcomes of the day. We're either going to hold one of the levels we've continued to sell off from and then go up. But where do we go up? Where do we go a lot of the time? Where is a standard spot you and me can potentially look for? And it's going to be that 50% area a lot of the time. Now, it just so happens to line up with another fib extension at the same time, so it's a little, honestly, it's a little clean. Just because it's all like super organized and super spaced out. But it's not always going to look like this. Exactly. Only try to predict. Just kind of, we're setting up like two lanes for ourselves. Basically, we've pointed out that we either, well, one, the super obvious, you know, keep selling off and go through another fib extension. And then we would use those other fib extensions because we might need them. But another way, and this literally happened yesterday too, and this is why I was able to predict that, I guess you could say, but that's why I said the pacing was off. We were able to say, well, we expect to go up as long as we hold. I believe it was like 561.40s was the number for yesterday. I think I'm off by like 30 cents here. I must have just drawn it differently. But 30 cents off, who gives a shit? So fell, yeah, we had a nice lower open from the previous day, but then we had a nice balanced move up. Now, it kind of sucked because at 9 o'clock that day, where's that candle? Not this candle right here. We had news. We had news come out. So that kind of sucked. It kind of ruined the pacing of things, but it did help the momentum a little bit. So that was nice. It's also not uncommon to see price action go slightly above it. And that's why I was saying that third phase of the day from 1 to 3, the last 2 hours of the day, that's why I was saying that is the window you should be looking to short, not lunchtime. If the move happens during lunchtime, that's awesome. That's great. But that just means the day is moving a lot. That's not predictable, right? This is more predictable. So that's why I was talking about it like that yesterday. So definitely review yesterday's stream now that you know that, because that context is pretty big. That's why we use that previous day or even the 2 day ago's info, like, hey, this did this did that. It should do this, you know, kind of just telling ourselves the couple different things it can do. It's just setting conditions. It's just conditional formatting. This is honestly how computers trade. This is how algorithms trade. There's something to trigger it, and then there's something to act on. But a lot of the time, even computers are just using straight up context to be like, all right, I'm buying this or I'm doing this because this happened. Or I'm doing this or doing this because that happened. You should be doing the same thing every time you do literally anything. And don't think about it too deep, Chirukum. I see you saying I need to learn to draw them seriously. Really just focus on two styles of gaps, or two styles of fibs, right? You're not really drawing the fib extensions. They're being drawn for you, right? So here, let's go to a different chart. We'll go over this for a second, because we're just kind of doing nothing here. Don't sit here and try to act like we're all trying to trade this. Let's go over something. So let's go to a different one. This is honestly why I have so many different charts. It's because I do this. But there are two main styles of fibs you should be drawing pretty much every day. Now, the second one you might not have to draw every day because not every day are we going to get a gap down, right? The second one, I'll go over the first one here in a second. The second style, though, would be when we do get gap downs. So you see, this day's closed, this day's open, bam, that's one. Oh, we got another lower open. This day's closed, this day's open, bam, got that one. And see how, like, I haven't even gone to the bigger time frame to draw important levels yet, and I'm kind of already given a plan, right? I can look at this and be like, all right, well, we can look for more selling under this area. Any holds of this can go up and smack this, smack its head. If it does somehow miraculously get more buying above that, it should head towards this, but we're not really planning for that because we don't expect it to bounce like that. You should never be expecting just a huge, 2% bounce. That's just crazy. And if we do get just more selling, where are we going? You and me aren't lost. We're not just running around with our heads cut off. So that's one style of using it, is for gaps, up or down, doesn't matter. In this case, I showed 2 down because, well, we've gapped down twice in a row. And then the other one, I'd say this is definitely something you definitely need to be drawing every single day. And this one is pretty dummy proof because you can't draw it wrong. It doesn't matter if you draw it from high or from low to high. It doesn't matter if you draw it from high to low. You can draw it either direction because the 50% cannot be cannot be broken. You can't. It's dummy proof. That's why I call it that. But basically, what you're doing is you're just you're gauging that this day from the low to the high, from the high to the low. I don't care. We really want that 50% because of the same reasoning. If we ever get any higher or lower open going into the next day, and just remove this for now. What did I just do? Oh. If you get any kind of lower or higher open, this can be another kind of like median. Like, oh, okay, we passed. Here, let's just do this. So we got the 50% here. Now you have kind of like super just important planning without having anything on your screen really. So, oh, okay, if we get more buying, where are we going? Here. Okay, if we get more buying, where are we going? Well, most likely here, but let's not be stupid. There are other key levels here. We got previous day open, we got previous day low, we got previous day close, and then we got that level. But in theory, these are the 2 most important levels on the screen for today. But let me know if that helps. And then let me show you what that looks like when you have just those fibs on. So let's just draw all 3 of them. We'll do the one from yesterday, we'll do the one from today, and then we'll do the previous day control point. Which we might not need the previous day control point. We can just draw it though. That was weird. It didn't even title my fib. And that's it. That's what this would look like. So now you have all these like fib extensions, but that's why you gotta do it like in order. Like if you did this all at once, none of this shit would make sense. That's why you gotta do it like from here. Okay, now, oh, we sold off. We hit this. We hit 50%. Oh, we sold off under today. All right, awesome. Take that into account going into today. And you could do this over and over and over again, constantly refreshing yourself. But let me know if that helped. These are literally the only 2 fibs you should be drawing every day. If in one of them, you definitely should be drawing every day. The halfway point of the previous day. But you're just drawing a bunch of medians, just a bunch of 50%. If we have a lower open and we get more selling, where's it going? We got fib extensions to help you. And this is outside of like your bigger time frame levels. This is just to kind of like give yourself that like day-to-day refresher. That's why you constantly see myself giving myself not different levels. The levels are almost always the same, but you always see me constantly adjusting, constantly shifting. And it's just to keep myself updated of the recent context of what the hell's going on. I just don't want to confuse myself. But hopefully that was helpful. And not just Shurikam. I know they're the one asking the questions, but I know there's a lot of people in here who struggle with drawing just super basic fibs. But you guys should definitely take advantage of them. You're not dumb, and they're very high impact areas. Got it, sure helps. Thank you. I only need from swing high to swing low to reverse. This is new about PDL to today's open. Good learning. Yeah, good. Remember, close to open. Close to open. No, you're good. These examples are a little confusing because the lows are very close to the open or closes of either day. So it just feels like I'm drawing the low of a day into the next day. So I don't even blame you for that, because right now visually it does feel like I am just grabbing previous day lows, but I'm not. And we didn't even get a good test of the 50%. They just were like, just kidding, we're going down again. Nice. And yeah, again, all this kind of expected. If anybody in here is lost on direction, please just reach out, because again, we've been pretty clear on where we're trying to go pretty much day to day. Sorry, let me fix this. There we go. No perfect test of this. Good loss of this higher low right here that we thought would be a higher low. Good retake of 558.50s. And remember, we said if we were going to go up and hit anything, it should be this area. If we are going to drop, it's going to be from under the, well, not just this fib extension. Now we have like a 2-level area to look at. So we got like 2 barriers to watch. Right now we're dropping out of the bottom of this lower part. And remember, this level here, just to kind of remind yourself, this is the 3rd fib extension of the other day's gap down. So we're almost making it down to all 3 from the other day. That's already a really good amount of selling, basically, is what we're saying. Could definitely get more. I'm not saying we can't. Most likely will. But it's good to reflect on that so you can remind yourself, all right, how many bearish targets did I actually hit today? Instead of just saying, oh, we broke a bunch of levels. We've really only hit 1, 2, almost 3 true bearish targets from that retest the other day. And then we have today's fib extensions, which if we go through any of those at the same time as the previous days, that just truly shows how much selling has happened today. Because we're really only down 1.1% here, but that actually is a lot of movement already. 6.4. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful to not just Shurukun, but anybody else in here, because that's very important info. And that's some of the more recent stuff. I say recent, but it's been over a year now. Well over a year, probably working on 2 now, since Leland's been going over this stuff with us. Outside of like the usual natural way of thinking for things like our merging candles and all that, it's the same thinking. It's just, this is nice to grab because it's just using recent info. You can see I was able to delete the chart. I didn't even go past the 5-minute time frame. I just needed the past couple days and I got everything I needed. So you can find ways of drawing less levels and still getting the same info as someone who's just leaving up a bunch of emerging candles, which I prefer that way still, using your just emerging candles every day, so you have less maintenance. But the maintenance is, I feel, what gives you that hands-on approach, that better awareness, because now you have that tension on the market, where it's been, what it's done. You have a better feeling on what it can do. So I think that's why, honestly, the day-to-day maintenance of levels is probably the best. But you can see why either is effective. Someone who doesn't do any maintenance, they might not have the most accurate of price action between their levels, but they're still going to get really good, clean price action around whatever they have marked, right? So 2 different styles to the same exact approach. It's kind of funny, but not really. So if you're the style who just likes to leave the levels and move on, you're fine. If you're the style who's like me and you just like to edit everything, and then maybe a couple days you don't want to do anything and then you just leave them all there, that's fine too. Like, you really can do either. And thanks guys for being in the stream. Make sure to drop a like if you're here on the YouTube stream. If you're here on Discord stream, just say hi. If you guys ever have any questions while we're in here chilling, just ask away. My bad, I'm checking YouTube again. I'm like switching between both. Yo, what's up, Matty Ice? Damn, Leland, what's up, man? Member for 24 months, time to be flying, or time be flying. I thought you were saying time for Spy to be flying when I like quick read that. It's like, what? Thank you though, Leland. Appreciate you, dog. I was actually about to pull up your chart that you just reposted on the trade floor, which I was just literally bragging about this post you just tagged yourself on, the careful one. I was literally just talking about this in yesterday's stream. Because I was like, guys, pay attention. When this man shows up, he's just trying to show you some impactful information. But very, very nice. You said, hate to say it, but yeah, no, it was clear as day. It was clear as day. And I made sure to go over this yesterday because it's like, Should you swing puts? You know, you can, but it's not even about that. It's just about being more aware of where we're most likely going. I would say yesterday was probably one of the most obvious bearish retests we've seen in a while. So that was nice. And it perfectly coincides, why I'm saying that, perfectly coincides with everything Lee Lance posted. And I'm still loving your Twitter replies. I don't open Twitter much, but when I do, it's cinema. If you ever notice like a single like or 2 or 3 likes on one of your replies, one of them are probably me. I really can't stand that app though, dude. I really don't understand how someone could get on X every day and like just and actually apply themselves to being on there. Like it actually blows my mind. Like I think I actually lose more brain cells than I could ever gain when I take even just 5 seconds to look at that app. That app actually hurts my head. It's the people that are on there, dude. It's crazy what people say to each other. You could literally be like, yeah, man, I love the sky. It's blue today. And somebody would somehow go under you and be like, you fucking racist. Like, what? I'm just saying how beautiful the sky is. And then second comment under your post would be like a bot. The third comment would be someone be like, no, it's not. It's gray over here. And it's like, huh? I don't know. It's just like, it's crazy. I'm not going to say arguments, but confrontations you can get into on Twitter. You could become friends with this random person on Twitter for like 3 years, and then randomly they're just like talking the most shit. That app is weird. I truly think X is like the weirdest app. We all make fun of like Facebook users and stuff because like only old people use Facebook, you know, that kind of thinking. But it's like, dude, the people on X are different. You or Frankie G/Stan, yeah. You feel your brain rotting in real time. I mean, I know what you're doing though. You're having fun with it. Like though that crowd of people still exists, and it'll never go away. And those people are probably having the most fun. It's all the other people. It's crazy. So privileged us working people never see the sky. I never get to see the color of it. I can't even reply to that tweet. I simply don't interact on social media platforms unless it's trades. I just can't. It hurts. It's crazy because I used to feel like social media was like an everyday part of my life. Now it's like something I heavily avoid. I try to I almost read that like a baby, dude. Rewire. I try to rewire my algo to coding/software engineering stuff, but it always takes me back to everyone's racist type of. Yeah, that's where mine keeps going. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I like my whole search history will be like stock market tickers, and I'm still somehow getting that stuff on my feed. That's another thing. I think the bots got worse since Trump owned, or not Trump. Trump. I wish Trump owned it. Elon. I think the bots got worse since Elon's owned X, and I hate to say that because I love Elon. I love Elon, but I think X has actually gotten worse with the bots since he's owned it. Like, I really could sit there and say, like, yeah, I get like 5, 6, 7 bots on some of my posts here and there back in the day. Nowadays, that's like triple that number. Bots got smarter. That could be a thing, too. Yeah, maybe they just got easier to access and kind of spam out because of AI and all that. Maybe that's a thing, too. I don't know. But it definitely got worse. And I hate to say that. I really do because I genuinely like Elon. But I do not like what they've done with X. It got worse because they started monetizing posts. I don't. It could be I honestly think it's a combination of things. I mean, it's probably not that easy of a task either. You know, moderating the entirety of X. I mean, there's like literally millions of people using it. Maybe even over a billion. I don't even know the true numbers. It could be over 1 billion people for all I know. I doubt it, but millions of people though use it. So it's like it's a lot of traffic from all over the world. By the way, guys, we've already seen a continuation of the bearish move through one fib extension. We're looking to get down to that third at the minus 150 at 556.44. The more recent overnight fib extension at 555, it would be like a secondary target beyond this. Any retake of today's open in 558.50 at the same time. So let me just highlight those together. We did our X's already. Any break above this, we are expecting it to at least hit this high, maybe a secondary target of that 50% overnight, but not really anything crazy. Trying to keep this spaced out so it makes sense still. Excuse me. I'm like clearing my throat a lot. I'm sorry about that. I can't sound too good. Mr. Bueller, sir. What's up, Chimera? You don't have to say that. Love you. We are at the 0.5 and golden pocket of April 30th, May 1st overnight gap. I hate you, but I'm going to have to go to the daily because of you. Part of me's like, yeah, man, he's right. And the other half of me's like, dude, backtest it. So you said from here to here. Let's see if you're right. Ah, you are right. Look at you. I think on my other chart I actually do have this drawn, and then I deleted it because I was like, oh, we basically have it. But yes, you're correct. Good job. That's the kind of update I want to see. Something with context. Good stuff. I know it looks a little confusing, but that's why it's very nice to kind of like combine them sometimes. But it's not confusing to anybody who's actually been paying attention. Because, again, that's why you got to go from, like, one day to the next, one day to the next. And kind of, like, remind yourself why you have what you have in front of you. Therefore, you can be more confident in, oh, this should be bearish towards this. This should be bullish towards this. You can actually be more confident with it, more directional with it. Allowing you to take action on it, whether that's actually buying a scalp option or buying shares of something, whatever it is. You actually have the conviction of following through. Someone who doesn't have that muscle memory, or that context, or that review, like we've been going over, that routine, right? They're not going to have that same level of conviction as someone who does have that routine, someone who's more prepared, who has it more thought out, the theoretical side of things, the conditional part. When I say theory or like conditional, like I really am meaning if this then that, if that then this. If this level breaks, I'm going to do this and it's going to go towards this. And I'll stop out if it does this. Always having conditions for if something happens. And if something happens. A lot of this and that. And just a reminder for everybody, if you do have a YouTube membership, or you're in the chat and you have access to the courses, or you have Lifetime or anything, definitely check out the newest playlist called BB Theory. I've been heavily trying to promote this to pretty much anybody who's just a member in my groups, to kind of show everybody, hey, this is pretty important. Watch it, please. But it's like 4 hours of just ranting, pretty much. But it's not just ranting. It's actually very enjoyable to watch because it's me going over the levels, the thinking behind it, the theory behind everything, probabilities. How to look at the levels in a certain way, in a consistent way, I should say. Well, we got a dip under 558, possibly getting a retake here. Like we said, we're kind of using 558, 558.50s as an area together, not just one level. Combining that fib extension from the other day as well as today's open. How's everybody in stream so far? I know we're only 35 past the open, but I like to do a little vibe check here and there because it is nice to see what is everyone looking at, how's everyone feeling, what are we all looking at. I've kind of just been going over IWM and SPY. I'll click over on some other charts here in a second. Tesla, Boeing are some good backup setups. Good in the hood. Good. I know some people are busy, they can't reply, but just checking on everybody. Looking like we're potentially getting a bearish retest here. Again, any pop over 558.50 does kind of short-term invalidate this idea. Any continuation under 558 definitely helps us. or I say us, I should be saying bears, help sellers. Retake of 558.50. We're most likely looking to see if we can make it to the meat of that high from today, which is around 559.50. So not really that far. Caffeine don't even work on me. I just do it for the love of the game. I'll be honest. I don't know how people do it in the morning. I mean, I know that's when you're supposed to be abusing it, but I just can't. I can't drink coffee or anything like that in the morning, or have soda or anything. Like, I just gotta run off my natural fumes. You took a 480 put for September on SPY or on Triple Q? On SPY, okay. 480 put for September. It don't even work on me. I just do it for the love of the game. That got me. Great questions so far today, though, guys. Seriously, a few of you have asked really good questions. We've gone over some pretty basic topics, but I find the most basic topics in our system to be the most impactful. So whenever I say basic, it doesn't actually mean basic. I would actually say, like, the planning of things, the theory behind everything, the drawing of it all, and combining all that together. I would actually say all of that is pretty advanced, to do all of that at once, and then to act on it. Learning to be more and more patient with your trades. Damn, that's good, Keith. That's good. And sometimes it starts with, like, your entry. You know, so I think a lot of people think, like, well, after I've entered, I just suck. But a lot of the times it almost starts from the entry. Sometimes that's what they need to adjust. But I'm glad to hear that. Round of applause for Keith. It's not always about, you know, gains. Sometimes it's about, you know, gains like that. Progress. They are trying to hold on to 558 here on that 1 minute. And thank you guys for all the views on today's stream so far. Definitely drop a like if you're in here. I'll try to switch over to IWM, Tesla, and Boeing here in a second to update those. Maybe we'll go through some weights as well in a minute. Patient with winners, disciplined with losers has been my mantra. I need to also add patient/disciplined with my entries. I always like to say my entries too, because it's like, it really is like a story. Like, it's like page 1, me entering. I mean, in reality, page 1 is prepping the chart, getting the levels ready, kind of the thought process behind it. What am I doing if this happens or that happens, you know, before it's moving. And I'm really serious about that, because if you sit here and you do this constant bullshit moving the post for yourself, or whatever that saying is, you know, constantly moving the post for yourself, you're not actually helping anybody. You're not helping yourself. So it's really important to make sure you're going over, like, what you expect from the chart if something happens at a certain level or area before it happens. Because any other conversation with yourself is you're just fooling yourself. You're just having this hindsight conversation with yourself where you're constantly moving the goalposts so you can look good, when in reality you don't look good. You look bad. It just doesn't look like it from the outside. So that's why, in my opinion, it's not fair for you to sit here and go over something that you didn't plan, right? If I sit here and be like, was this a good trade, guys? And you guys are just like, yeah, it looks great, just because I made money, that's wrong. You need that context of, like, all right, well, what was I expecting before I got into that trade? What was my plan beforehand? And then you could be like, okay, well, based on your plan, yeah, you did great, Bueller. You said you were going to do this if this happened, and you did that in your trade, even though it took a little longer than expected. And then you can also distinct what's the mistake, you know? What's the difference between my plan and my actual trade? So that's where I'd like to see it too. And I see the same thing from, like, entries. I see it as, like, page 1. Like, you just can't get to page 2 or page 3 without page 1. It just doesn't make any sense. So I really do see that with the price action. You got to be fair to yourself and your trades. And you can't be, a hindsight freak on yourself, because that's just not going to help at all. Which I don't see many people in our chat do that, just because I think we've done a really good job enforcing that. I've never put anybody in a position here where we're constantly like, why didn't you just do this? Why are you always late? Why are you always early on this or that? We never just do that. We never attack somebody. We make sure to always give good constructive criticism stemming from something, right? Oh, well, I can see because this happened, this made you think you were going to enter this, and maybe this was earlier, maybe this was late, blah, blah, blah. We'll go over that at that time. But it's hard to criticize someone in a constructive way when you're not using that context of like, all right, what did you plan before you started moving into the chart? What happened? And if I don't have that context, then I'm just giving you hindsight review, and it's not really fair on you either. That's just how I see it, though. You really got to start from that step one. So entries are very important, probably more important than your exit. The plan beforehand is probably more important than the entire trade itself. Unless it's Tobias, I like slapping GIF him. Y'all be nice to Tobias. He's the only person from Europe that we are chill with right now. Speaking of Tobias, he just closed his long. He made about 38% with his update from Trade Floor. So looks like Discord Trade Floor is kind of killing it. I see a couple updates from Kevo. Mike T's all over the place with more updates on all kinds of tickers again. Upwork is up 17% post-earnings. Palantir's at 106. We'd love to see it, Mike. We love to see it. One day I'm going to wake up, Mike, and UPS is going to be $1 billion a share. It's going to be a great future. Just kidding, of course. Good stuff, though, Tobias. I almost I almost feel bad when I have to post SPY and Trade Floor, because I see so many of you already like updating SPX or SPY. It makes me feel like I'm like getting in y'all's way. Good post, though. How long is everyone going to be in the stream today? We're going to try to make it to lunchtime? Yesterday we actually made it to like, what was it, like 12:30? It was definitely past noon. That was a good stream, though. We were just having a good time. Being above today's open in 550-850s is good for bulls short term. To today's meat of the high so far, the close of this candle here, the open of that candle area. So we're kind of bullish towards that. You can see we're already almost there. Second area would be this. Any drop back down under this level here as well as this level, not just one or the other, but both. Definitely not good for buyers. Just because we've already retaked it once, I don't think a second would help. But the first time, definitely promising. Very good chance we do see that median that we thought we would hit from the open. The median being this area here. If we do drop out, I think that just kind of adds into the whole point of like, yeah, we're bearish and we're just kind of like not really going anywhere. It's like an obvious move, so of course it doesn't move that well. That's what tends to happen whenever we get large moves. It tends to be so obvious, everyone sees it, it just becomes, a little harder to trade. That's very possible too, Tobias. What you just posted in trade floor. Definitely not arguing with that. Because this would literally be the perfect spot for that. So far getting a nice bounce though. We'll see what kind of continuation we get. Nothing really special yet for either side though. The pull back up on that higher low to get back above 558s, that's a nice amount of movement to about right here. That's what Tobias posted in trade floor. The dip under today's open, that was definitely alright, but you can see also nothing super significant. Not a crazy amount of movement. It's like $1.50. So nothing really crazy in terms of like distance, huge moves, but good follow through of the overnight gap so far. And then a retake of the area that was kind of looking to help us lead to believe that this would keep selling off more. So kind of using this as like an area to tell ourselves, are we more bullish or are we looking to sell off more? Sold off a little bit. We're back above it now, getting a little bit of movement. Again, we talked about this though. We kind of expect some buying to at least this point. We're pretty much hitting that already. So don't expect a huge move again. But if we do get a pop of this, we can expect to get a move up into the 560.50s, almost 561. So another $1 up or so. Does that make sense though? Are these updates helping everybody? I'm not trying to sit here and be like, buy or buy, 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 sell, 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 sell. I'm just trying to make sure we understand if this hits, this is what it should go do. If this breaks down, this is where it should go. You know, just kind of making sense of things so you can do that on your own as well. You got to be talking to yourself like this at all times too. If this happens, I expect this. If that happens, I'm expecting that. Therefore, if anything else happens, you'd be like, all right, well, that was a weak dip, or that was a strong move, or, you know, you can actually take away from it. You're usually here until close. You just stay in, like, the AFK part of the stream until the market closes. I was wondering why my views were racking up. It's just lag spamming it. I'll be here, won't be able to chat at times. All good, Data J. Data J. You talk mad. You talking that dirty talking here whenever I'm gone. Talking that mad-ish. That's funny. Just chilling in my offline chat while I'm not here, just talking the most heinous crap ever. Alright, let's check out some other charts real quick. IWM should be doing exactly what this is doing, just different numbers. And it does look to be doing that. We went through a fib extension, made it down to the next day, which this was probably a little cleaner, to be honest. Going back above today's open and that extra level. They're working into the meat of their highs as well. You can see they're 50% of their overnight gap downs right here. Extra targets outside of that. Tesla not getting continuation under this could give you a good move over 274, so just keep 274 marked. If you get a good move over, could be a good scalp to the upside. Any reversal of this or loss of this or continuation down under, I mean, we already know we're down. And 184.40 being defended for a second time in a row by Boeing. This is a bearish setup constantly being defended. And very easily so. You could see yesterday, really no issue holding that level, and no issue even being near it again. Today, a little bit of an issue, still no problem, still no clear price action screaming at us that this is trying to fall. This is probably the best bearish retest we've seen from them, is this candle, and you can see what followed up after. Hammer, indecisive candle with Doji, with Wicks, I mean, sorry. And then more indecisive. It's just like, they're defending this very well. So BA doing a very good job, not really moving away from our game plan, which I'm really not mad about that, honestly. IWM and Spire moving up into that median. And guys, go into the trade floor, type 50% or type median or type middle, type something. But 50% midpoints are hitting. midpoints are hitting. This is what we expected if we get a retake of this area. You can go back and stream if you don't believe me. But we're looking for holds over this to at least hit this high. If we get any move back over this high, any continuation, we're looking for this to at least hit. And we are getting that on both SPY and IWM. Like I said, same plan, same template, different numbers. It's a really nice retake after losing today's open, which, again, kind of expected. And we know... why do I say to be expected? Because we've already sold off through 2 fib extensions of the overnight move. Like, that's... or of the other day's overnight move. Like, that's a lot of selling. If you ever get any slowdown at one and they go back up, they're most likely going to spike up to whatever that next level is. In this case, we got to use the recent high and that next level. But I really hope that made sense, because this is honestly a pretty common, like, this is pretty common price action when we are having these down days or these lower open days. Like, this isn't really that, you know, out of the norm. It's good price action. It's funny because they haven't really gone anywhere, right? They opened here and we're still right here, and it's 9:30 almost. An hour has almost gone by since the open. We haven't really gone anywhere, but a lot has happened. This is exactly what I mean by this market. You're going to have a lot of up, you're going to have a lot of down, you're going to have a lot of up and down, all in the same day, all in the same week, all in the same month, but you're still going to get a lot of movement. So someone who misses out and reviews and sees the after effect, they're going to be like, damn, that sucks. Like, I'm really missing out on not a lot of great days. But someone who's here, making sense of things, going over the context day to day, week to week, they're going to understand, wow, this is a great market. We're getting a lot of movement, a lot of opportunity, a little more volatile, sometimes a little bit more expensive. But it's definitely full of opportunity. You cannot argue with that. And hopefully you guys are enjoying some of these updates and breakdowns. Sorry, sometimes just go on a ranting spree, but yeah, been pretty clear on direction the past 2 days. Let's see if we get continuation now that we've hit that 50%. Do we get past that? Do we make any more ground beyond that? Is this as far as we get? Is this where things get ugly? Now, if you were to be like, all right, now I'm chilling, that would be a perfect time, because we've already made the break under today's open and the retake, and we went up and hit the 50%. So it's not like this has to go anywhere else, but we're not here to talk about what it can't do. We're here to talk about what it can do. Very possible that if we get over the 50%, we're going to make it to the 562s. Not as likely, though. I want to be honest with you guys. With this kind of movement that we've seen the past couple days, we really shouldn't be looking for this to go that much higher. If it does, awesome. Definitely not complaining about it. But not expecting it, though. Not expecting to go hit 562s. If we do, though, awesome. Good movement. More expecting us to have struggle here now that we've hit an actually good target. So if you're sitting here and you're like, man, today just isn't going to do anything. It already has done something. It's done a lot this morning. If anybody has any questions on that, feel free to ask. But today's honestly been great so far. It just won't feel like it if you're just now showing up and seeing this. You're like, oh, we're just ranging. It's like, nah. Pretty good retake trade there. Pretty good move into the 50%. Might even get more movement beyond the 50%. It's still 5 minutes till 9:30. We're still not even in the first hour. Still have a few more minutes. So that's already a lot of movement. The famous Tobias slap gif. Good job, Kevo. See, you took action on that. Yeah, we switched direction twice. That is a very accurate way of putting that. Which, I don't know, I don't really count this one. This is more of just like, hey, we opened. You know, this is definitely a good break, so I count that as 1. That's what Mike's counting, and then 2. So, yeah, I would agree. I think some people would be like, oh, 3, we went up first. Like, nah, it's not really a clear direction. That's just us opening. But definitely agree with the 2. But does that make sense, though, guys? This whole talk of where we should be going and, like, what to mark on the gap downs and us going up to the 50%, like, how normal this is. This isn't, like, a crazy template of a day so far. It's actually a pretty common day. I didn't say exciting, I just said common. I just want to make sure I'm getting across to some of you, because these days are really common. I feel like I've gone over this, like, 100 times plus. When I talk about gap down days or gap up days. I know some of you are more new, some of you aren't. Some of you aren't always here because you're busy. I understand that. Just making sure. Yo, 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 what's up, Scott? Scott entering with the famous yo, yo, yo. Rant away, they're usually full of less. Thank you, Keith, I appreciate that. What's up, Mahmood? Will you be giving tips on times to buy calls or puts? Brother, what have I been doing in here the whole time? Sorry, new to trading and looking to learn in real time. That's what I've been doing in here the entire time, brother. Can y'all hear that tapping? If y'all can hear that, that's insane. Bueller's mic one day, y'all can't even hear me. Bueller's mic another day, you can hear minimal tapping. That's crazy. That blows my mind. I've been doing that thing though ever since y'all told me y'all couldn't hear me that one day and it was like faint. I like every single morning, like it's a ritual, like it's like PTSD setting in every time I start my stream. I will unplug the cord and replug it back in just to like double make sure we don't have that. Don't fart. Oh, trust. I have yet to fart on stream, and I definitely don't think I ever will because I'm so scared of the aftermath that I don't think I ever could. You'll hear me make bad jokes on stream. You'll hear me make all kinds of stupid noises, but I'm definitely never going to do that. You'll even hear me sometimes in my leather chair. I'll like squeak it. You'll literally hear me like defend myself. Like, nah, bro, that was my chair. Like, just to make sure like no one calls me out. No, this is a stream. We stream in here. If it can hold PD... Wait, hold up. If it can hold here to touch that 50% or PDL... Don't fart. What a solid warning. It'll get clipped for sure. Oh, 100%. There are things on my YouTube channel that have been clipped that are from like a while ago that are kind of... I don't even know what was going through my head, honestly. But then some of them are like edits. I've seen a few of them where someone like clips it and then they edit something. So they like add something on top of it. Peoples used to do that a lot. It was honestly hilarious. He'd like basically put words in my mouth. Like he'd edit it to make it sound like I said something way worse than I did. And it was really funny. Really fucked up, but really funny. Tobias, since I posted, it's never gonna go there. On God, bro, you know how trading works. The audio has been good, so it's been working. Nice. What API are you using? I'm just using Thinkorswim. I don't know what you mean by API. Thinkorswim by Charles Schwab. I almost said TD Ameritrade. Well, I'm happy to hear about the audio because it honestly amazes me when I like sit here and talk for 30 minutes and then you guys are like, "Bueller, I can't really hear you that well." Like y'all are like trying your best to be polite. But I always appreciate that. Trust me. I'd rather you tell me that it's like all messed up and to fix it than to just sit here and it be, quiet. I do need to get a new headset though. My one of the earpieces fell off. I don't even know how that happens. I don't like treat it rough or anything. That was the weird part. I'm all gentle with it. How many newcomers do we have in here today? I know recently we'll be getting some fresh faces here and there, but how many new guys we got in here? And on the other hand, how many older veterans do we have in here in the BB Discord and BB YouTube? How many people we got in here? We got like almost 40 on YouTube. Almost 10 in the Discord right now. Your headphones are so centered, you can hear me in your brain. These are the comments I live for. Your headphones are so centered. That's such a crazy way of putting that. My equilibrium is perfectly in balance right now. You can buy replacement earphone. That's the depressing part. I have the earphone. Like the actual thing like ripped off the ear. Like the stitching. I think I'm just going to get a new headset. I'm like a cheapo when it comes to these headsets too. Like my last one was really nice and it lasted forever, and then this one I got a cheap one and it broke quick, and I'm like, fuck. So I'm like trying to make it last long, but there's just no point. I'm reviving a dead headset here. I even still have the foam because that's like the only thing that's wrong. It's just not stuck on it, so I just need to glue it. Or whatever you do to these kinds of things. It's all good though. The world is not over. Lessening volume across the last few 5-minute candles. Great update by Chimera. I just realized my volume's not even on. I think it's because I don't have it on for the double chart. Nope, not overlap. I don't want that. There we go. Good update though, Chimera. I'm not gonna lie, every time I read your name, I read Chimera Ant, like from animes. Oh my god, my dog just scared the shit out of me. Every time she scratches my door, I think SWAT's about to break in. She doesn't even want to come in. She's just like, are you still alive in there? My dog's crazy. Alright, we got a new high. Can we get some follow through? We got a new high. Can we get some follow through? Or is Chimera's update going to be pretty helpful? The weak volume as we're breaking through definitely does not help. It's been a while since I've gone over volume, hasn't it? It's just a basic thing. I haven't had to go over it for a while. Higher volume than previous candle, good. Lower volume than previous candle, bad. Like right here, from this candle to this candle to this candle, there was increasing volume, so that's good. As you're breaking this high, there's more volume stepping in, meaning it should go up and hit this. Volume can be very helpful on like probabilities. Like yes, there's lessening volume as it's breaking this level. Does that help or hurt the chances of it going up more? It hurts. It hurts the chances of it going up to the next level. Does it make it impossible to go up to 560, 255? No, it could still go up off of lower volume. You could just see that it's tapping out a little early. So it's just kind of nice to monitor that candle to candle. And thank you guys for the likes on the YouTube stream. It definitely helps out a ton. If you haven't already, definitely drop a like. It helps out. Watching to see if SPY can get more continuation over this 50% from the move down overnight, 560.72. Or is this about to go retest 559.50? That recent meet of the high to that left side where price kind of went through to hit that 50%. So we'll see if we do break down, is that where we're going? Also kind of monitoring that right side chart on the 1 minute. Loss and retake situation could be very helpful to the lowering volume on the buyers. Good loss and retake move could definitely help them out again. I would even say that's their saving grace here. No, I know. I muted my mic for a second, Mahmood. We're all good now. You didn't answer my question from earlier. Maybe you missed it. I was just making sure you understood what I was putting down. I would definitely review the beginning part of the stream, Mahmood, if you want to. And sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm really not trying to butcher it. But make sure to go back into the beginning of the stream, too, and get a good look at the pre-market prep and kind of what we went over before the market started moving. I really find that to be the most crucial aspect of any game plan, because that's like the natural part of it. It's like, hey, look, this is what we're expecting before the day has started moving. Whereas someone who's doing a plan after the open, it's, I don't know, it kind of messes with it a little bit, in my opinion. But now we have context, so that's all behind us. But just making sure you go look at that. It's very important. And we are still wicking above this area, guys. There's a very good chance we do try to continue higher. Still have a little bit of a higher low in that 1 minute on that right side chart. Not seeing anything crazy. Let's go check through some of the weights, though. I know I've been kind of just stuck here on SPY the whole time. We talked about IWM as well, hitting their 50% move of the gap down move. You take your fib from here to here. This is around the 50% at the top of that. We've now lost today's open, retook it, and hit that as well. So same thing as SPY, just different numbers, of course. Okay, awesome. You did already go back, Mahmood. Okay, great. That's what I wanted to see. Good stuff. And thank you for subscribing. Sorry, English is hard. Over here stuttering. Oh my god, a new subscriber. Thank you for being here, though. And what was I checking out? Oh yeah, Tesla and Boeing. Which, still getting a little bit of a higher low here. Definitely still seeing buyer side activity here for Tesla. We were liking shorts if we got continuation out of this, but I haven't really seen much I mean, this is a good candle. That instantly invalidates it. These are great candles, but it doesn't really help because we don't. It's not like these are the first time they've popped up. You know, we've already had this low made, so it's like, all right, great. Now we got to retest this and break that new low. So it's not really as great as it could be. Good retake, good higher low. See how this is holding after a break? It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of what this could have done for more bears. So, and I'm also liking the volume on that from candle to candle. This looks a lot better to at least go up and smack like the meat of the high. 280 would be a little hopeful, but bad timing with SPY, because if SPY rejects this and moves down, it's not really going to help out Tesla's chances in making it to the meat of this high right here. So keep that on the back burner, but I really like the potential of that. It's kind of the same thing for Boeing here, honestly. I'm not really a huge fan of going long on either of these setups, but there is something potentially feasible there. And let's check some of our daily time frame setups, because honestly, it is a really good time to do that. It's almost 10 o'clock. After the first 90 minutes, it's honestly a great thing to just kind of go to your daily for a second and just spam through a couple setups, see if anything new pops up, see if anything that you're already looking at, maybe you get more context on something. Let's zoom in, because I can't even see what I'm looking at. There we go. Alright, so Boeing basically looking for any kind of bearish trades under 184.40. We get any breaks or retests under that, looking great. We have a 50% of a gap up and a 182.15 as two different targets underneath. So that's great. If we ever even get that, it's been 2 days talking about that setup, still has not happened. So they're defending 184.40 very well, back to back. Tesla, the plan has worked 2 days in a row on this. It just today didn't have much movement yet. For a continuation down, we're looking under 270.70s, 270.75 potentially. The day before, the plan was if we get the lower open, because we could see in pre-market we were going to have a lower open, that we would take it down to the kind of meat of this low here. And we didn't really have a second target, but we did have this marked beforehand, so it was there, just not really talked about yet. And today, that's kind of what we're fighting, is that kind of like that extension or that fib level, and then the actual low of this move here after we've gone up and pushed back down. What's the low? It's this level here. So no continuation yet of this lower open, but still short-term confirmation is pretty good for bears, but nothing that's like dropped out of the floor yet, you know. Also, if you look at your volume here, lowering volume into this low, so not really a good picture for them either. But I've been looking at that one pretty much day to day, just because Tesla is kind of fun to look at. JD, I'm still bullish on this setup. I'm still not sold on this as giving up yet. Super weak candles though, so there is definitely some sign that it's trying to give up now into the earnings move. Again, earnings is like the 12th or the 13th or something. So curious about this one, but I like this setup a lot. It's already done this once. If you look over to the left, which I can't, let's zoom out. The left side here, it's already done this once right here. Good retake, good continuation up. Kind of looking for the same thing here. Got the same kind of loop up right here, just more candlesticks. So as long as 34 holds, looking to see if we can go up into 35.50s, maybe even 37s. UNH, let me zoom in a little bit. More or less watching this because it's just so attractive to me that it's even down here at all. I think UNH at 400 is kind of crazy. I mean, you don't have to have that great of morals, but I mean, UNH is like a discount buy. I'm sorry. I don't care about this whole Luigi crap. I don't care about all the other junk. UNH is still a top 20 S&P 500 stock by a lot. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's top 15. I keep saying top 20, top 25. It's literally top 15. It's a very top S&P way. It's not going anywhere. So very, very important to find any of those top S&P stocks when they're on huge discounts. Nike, I honestly I like that this is a discount buy. Let me move this so we can see more. I think this is a discount buy. UPS, same exact story. Huge discount buy for investing. Shout out to Mike T for pointing this out to us as well. I didn't have this on my radar until he showed it. Kava, this was brought up by one of you guys for looking at it for like potential options trading. Right now it's actually reacting to one of our supplies with bearish candlesticks. Today's an even more bearish candlestick. Got a bearish kicker today. So we'll probably look for a retest just because the volume's so low right now. If that picks up by end of day, definitely liking that for a continuation down. If not, though, we'll definitely wait to see what we can get after. I forgot why I have SG here, Mike T, but I believe you told me it was for... It's because it competes with something else on this watch list, but I can't remember what it was. Lamb Weston, the potato company. Reddit, I think it's kind of crazy. Reddit's even something I'm even mentioning. But Reddit's honestly at a pretty crazy area. The retake of 93.30s, that's the halfway point of this gap up right here. The retake of this, the retake here and the higher low, honestly, beautiful price action. So kind of watching to see how it reacts to this lower high, this lower high. It just hit the first one and then kind of just chilled, so nothing crazy yet. But I can see some good dip buys happening on that soon. Snow, I'm kind of watching this for like option swings as well. I don't really have anything on it yet. It kind of reminds me of Tesla and Boeing, but it also kind of makes me feel like that's just the market right now. This is what the market looks like right now. It's not like it's just Snow that's doing that. Webull, honestly a huge fan of this. Pretty much I see them as like a better Robinhood, and you can I'm not saying compare the charts, but Robinhood's done pretty well. So I think Webull should do just as well, if not better. Also the ticker, I mean, come on, Bull. That's pretty good. That's a good ticker to have. I know that's such like a small thing to add on top of all of that, but I think that's pretty awesome. All right, guys, we're still getting higher lows here. All that ranting was for naught. Higher lows here, potentially seeing that move up into 562.50s. We'll see if we get that. Any breakdown of 560.50 though, we have to assume that this is invalidating. Let me zoom this up a little bit so it's not as hard to look at. Do we have any questions or anything to add on to anything that I've just recently looked at? We went over a lot of daily setups, some of the individual equities and weights. Just remember, these are the SPY weights. These are just daily charts we're looking at. And these are the XL weights, which you can just go through these if you want to ever just have a better look at SPY as a whole. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Great, I get to zoom in again. Oh wait, it's probably good we did that, so we can do this. Man, I need to fix that button. The fact that we're holding above the 50% of the gap down is pretty crazy. Are we about to get a move up into other levels now? Very, very interesting move so far. Comms are green. Staples are flat. Banks are flat. The big red sectors right now are healthcare and tech. Discretionary in third place. And welcome everybody. We have almost 40 people in here on YouTube. Be sure to drop a like on today's stream. Drop a subscription if you're not already. Gelled trying, that's a crazy ticker. Trying to hold post negative ER, new 52-week low at 405 at 450 at the moment. Tesla at 275. Adobe grinding back after making a 52-week low at 332. Adobe's at a 52-week low right now? My mind's blown. Kava Sympathy. SG is similar to Salad Healthy Food Restaurant. Palantir at 108. SPY looking for PDC. Dude, Mike is fucking on it in the trade floor. I'm telling you, if you just pay attention, like not even just in streams, but like just to trade floor, there's a good chance you have a good feeling on what the market's trying to do, or maybe a ticker that you're looking at. Find something that someone's looking at too, and talk with them on it. Like just talk it out. It's kind of nice. It's like a good little training process. But loving the updates, Mike, as always. I don't think I've ever not liked the updates. We have higher highs here. Wouldn't it be just the devil to close under this? We'll see if we get more higher lows, see if the bullish trend is still intact or not. But that'd be the perfect time for them to do that liquidity grab. Wondering the same. Which one's PDC? Did I even label it? I could have swore I did. Oh, you know what I did? I did label it, but it's on the other chart. I don't feel like doing it again. PDC is way up here. If we get PDC, I'll be shocked. I'll be honest. This is a level that I think I'd be shocked for us to hit. But I said that the other day, too. I said, like, oh, I could see us hitting this, but I'd be shocked if we hit this. You know, not this, but just kind of using it as an example. It was one of those days where I was like, yeah, guys, if we hit 555, I'll be surprised. But I expect 550 or something. And then we went to like 560 that day, and it was just insane. I was like, all right, guys, it's probably close to high of day. I'm going to end the stream there. And then I literally checked like 2.5 hours later, like an hour before close. Market was still going up. It's like, oh, okay. One of those days. And yeah, I agree with what Mike just said on the trade floor. I agree. It needs to hold here if we are going to get that move up. This is the 50% of the overnight gap. It's somehow also lining up with the first bearish target to the downside from the other gap down. It's a very important pivot area, is what we're saying. It's a very, very important area. You got like higher lows like right here too, of just looking at recent price action when we went up. This is where we've held recently. Whatever that is, like what you just said on the trade floor, basically 560 30s. I would say that's like your last level of defense for buyers. They end up breaking that. It definitely takes away their chances of continuing up right now. And remember, it's already almost 10. It's already been an hour and a half from the open, so we're almost 30 minutes away from the first part of the day being over. Again, referring to the 3 phases of the day for anybody who doesn't know what that is. I think there's public and private videos on that topic. I don't think that's something we're like gatekeeping. There's also I honestly just learned this, not recently, but it was a few months ago, from another friend who trades price action, but he uses all kinds of strategies. And he was showing me that my 3 phases of the day theory actually lines up with like other stuff that like other strategies have. And they're basing theirs off of like market zones though. Like when China opens or when UK opens or when this opens, and it shows like the phases of the day basically. They're a little different from mine. They're like 30 minutes off. I still like mine a little bit better, but it does line up with something. Like that is a legit way of thinking about things. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm not crazy, because it really does feel like that. And you got to remember, all this stuff that's like on my content, I really like to make this clear. Like a lot of it is original. Like I'm not sitting here saying I invented pre-market high or I invented 50% or we invented emerging we didn't invent anything. But this whole system together, we definitely did invent that. Bringing it together, kind of the way of thinking, like using things together to help yourself out or using the context. Like that's definitely something we brought together. So it's just kind of nice to kind of go over it again. Like the basics really aren't basic. They really are impactful. But I don't know. Hopefully you guys enjoy the system as much as I do and as much as some of the veterans in the chat do. Again, if you're someone who has a membership on the YouTube or you have lifetime in the chat or you just have access to the courses, definitely check out that new playlist. It's unlisted just for you guys. It's called BB Theory. My current promotion. But right now it is honestly probably one of the best things I've ever made. And I don't say that lightly. You guys know I never really brag about my own content, but I have to brag about this playlist. Like it is that good. I took my sweet time on it too. It took 8 hours for 4 hours of footage. But I highly recommend it if you have not checked it out already. If you're someone who's not a beginner, you're past just marking levels now. You want to get to the nitty gritty. You want to get to the actual, I can take trades on this actionable trading info. I would definitely check out the BB Theory playlist. It's a lot of ranting. There's a lot of charting involved as well, but it's mainly just me breaking things down, using examples and going over things. But you'll see though a common theme So hope you enjoy that playlist if you do have access. If you don't have access, just sign up for the YouTube membership or whatever. That's probably the cheapest way. If you are a course owner, you can just show me proof or get the course, and then you have access as well because it's part of this private server where it has other stuff as well. There's like 500 ways to get to this playlist. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy that though. I don't know if I'll be adding any more to that. I already added one new video to that at the end of it. It was like a day or two later after I released it. It was like some extra stuff I forgot to add. We're still holding here, by the way, on Spy while I'm just ranting about the playlist. As ugly as that got, it's still holding. What's up, Mighty One? Oh, no, you cannot check playlist. It's unlisted. You have to... That's why I said... Yeah, there you go. You have to, like, go through, like, your membership screen, or you won't find... I don't think you should be able to find it unless you've clicked on it before. But, like, here. If you have, like... If you type in the YouTube chat right now and you have a colored name, or if you're in Discord and you have Lifetime, or you've definitely owned the courses at one point, just reach out to me and see how you can get access on Discord. But if you're on YouTube and you have a colored name, I mean, that's like the cheapest way of getting this. I would go to the channel and then I'd click on membership. Now, I'm not going to click this because then you can see things you're not supposed to see unless you actually own it. But click this and then scroll down. There should be a post. Here, wait, I'll confirm this. There should be a post. Yeah, there is. Oh, no, I deleted it. So that's the latest thing. That is the literal most latest thing on there from 2 weeks ago. There's even a huge warning that says, do not share link. This is a members only playlist. So definitely go through that. Take your time. Also, if you're someone who's not at that point, you're not someone who's past the point of just marking, like you still need to help mark levels. There's a huge video. It's a one-stop shop on my channel called Workshop 11. The whole point of that video was exactly for this. It's for you to have a one-stop shop to actually review kind of everything about the system. It's not literally every little tedious corner of the system, but it's a very good start, and it throws you into it perfectly. So anybody who just needs a good start, Workshop 11. There's tons of other videos too you could probably do the same thing on, but that's just the main one I like to promote when I do it, just because it really is a good kind of one-stop shop for everything. And then that playlist, the BB Theory playlist, I would definitely watch that last. That's like a last, like, I'm completely good at everything else. I'm done with marking. I understand prep work and all that. The routine, you're kind of just like on the last end of it. I love that playlist, though, seriously. Because a lot of strategies these days don't have what that has. And I'm not trying to, like, make it seem like I don't like to, like, corner everybody else and be like, oh, we're better than you. But I truly do believe the way we do things is just better than everyone else. But if you look at the way that playlist talks about things, it's about the theory. That's why we call it BB theory. It's the theoretical way of thinking about everything about the system, probabilities, and I truly think you have to have that way of thinking, or you just won't get much farther than starting. Because if you think about that like a sports way, let's say you're in like basketball, right? So what that you know how to dribble? Oh, you know how to shoot the ball? Guess what? So does any other person that can stand on their 2 feet and has at least one arm. So that's like again, not anything special. You know, anyone can do that. And that's the same thing with trading. Anyone can get started. But it's really hard to maintain. And if you think about it like in basketball terms, going back to that, using that analogy, if you're a team that has zero planning, zero even training, you could even have great training, but no strategy, no plan moving forward. Like, you're just going to go out there and play street ball, while the other team is going to set picks. They're going to go for 3-pointers. They're going to do really good at trade-offs and have a really good easy lane for someone to go for an easy layup. You know, they're just going to get free points on your team because they have a strategy. They have theory behind, oh, if there's 3 guys on the left, let's pass to the right. You know, even just that basic level of thinking, like, even that basic level of strategy is still better than no level of strategy, if you know what I mean. So That's why I like that playlist a lot, because it truly gives you like the thinking behind everything, what to expect when something happens, where are we going most of the time this happens or that happens, what do we do when we gap down, what do we do when we gap up, what do we do when we don't gap at all. There is a way of doing things every single time. It's not random. By the way, still holding here. Buyers are still moving up higher. Looks like we're trying to head towards 561.70s. And then possibly even the 562.50s, which is the one of the fibs from the other gap down. I keep mixing up my gap downs. No problem, Mighty One. Hope you enjoy it. Which one is that one again? Mike, is that the AI one that you were telling me about before? I think I have it on my larger watch list still. Jesus, dude, it really did go down to like 4. Dude, this chart is like the most market manipulation ever. That's crazy. I mean, this is like get rich amount of movement. That's crazy. China AI autonomous. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, I remember you were the one who told me about it. I feel like that's a pretty promising idea too. I think that's why I remembered it, because I was like, oh wow, this is actually pretty cool. That was like a week or two, a couple weeks ago. I think you told me about a couple of these. It was like this one and a couple other ones. I have so many watch lists though. I've just been going through them and resetting them. It is crazy though how many like really good tickers get posted on the trade floor just by any just person in chat. I've been just honestly abusing that. It's like a secret strat. Just wait for other people to post a ticker, then try to trade it or find a setup. Sandollar, Kevo, Mike T specifically. Username's pretty good about it. Sherman's pretty good about it. Leland can be good about it when he does post one. But those few guys, if you see them post a ticker, they're like, oh, this is a setup I'm watching or this or that. Like, go on your own and try to watch it too. A lot of the time, it's a pretty good move. I say a lot of the time, not every time. They're not perfect. They're getting there. But yeah, secret strat. Just pay attention to trade floor. Some pretty smart people in there. It's funny because a lot of the people in my chat too are people who just enjoy trading or are busy during the day and just enjoy it and have a place to talk. So when you go in there and you're paying attention to someone who is like speaking actively in there, it's probably someone who's pretty passionate. So it's not like you're just looking at some random who's just calling out to get attention. Like, we don't have those kind of people here. And if we do, they don't last long. That attention-seeking attitude is just not how it works. Because honestly, everybody in my chat gets attention. I love giving everybody attention. Like Santa. Great support group, lots of education and good faith help. It is. I like to think so, at least. I say it to this day, like any one of my people are like 100 of anyone else's. It's not even close. I don't say that lightly. That's why I don't even like pay attention to other people anymore, because I know it down to the bottom of my heart. Like, even just one of my people, even one of my beginners, are still like 50 of someone else's like group. Any other group, that's like 50 people in their chat. because people in my chat know about the theorizing behind the levels and how things should work. Like, you know, like Leland's like, oh, we could get a potential outside bar. Like, him being able to say that before it happens is not luck. It's genuinely just experience. It's like muscle memory. We've seen it happen so many times. It's like, oh, okay, well, we know that's possible now. Dude, I can't believe it's only 10 o'clock. It felt like a lot more time has gone by. Maybe that's just me. It felt like a lot more time had gone by. It's only been an hour and a half from the open. It's been about 2 hours from the start of the stream. Like I said before, many times before, probably annoying you at this point, definitely leave a like on today's stream. It helps out a ton. And still looking to see, does SPY continue to have more highs here? They are doing a very good job of holding the main pivot point, the downside move from yesterday to today, using yesterday's close to today's open. We have a 50% level at 560.70s, mixed in with another level from a previous gap down. And they're holding that area very well. On both the 5 and the 1, there's honestly really good holding. So I want to ask you guys a question, and this is a tough one. Honestly, like, this is a pretty advanced question. If you get this right, you could pat yourself on the back like more than once. I know, more than once. You're going crazy. So yes, we know holding this level is bullish, but I want to talk about the opposite side of thinking here for a second. Not to scare you, not to give you like, oh, let's jump in puts early. Like, no, I want you to think about it from a realistic point of view, though. Now that we have gone up and hit the median, and we've even traded over it, and this is pretty close to pretty much what happened yesterday. Like I said, the pacing was off, and I think a lot of us agreed. But if you get a breakdown of this area, does it have a very good chance of having a good move down? Yes or no? Not even using your recent context of yesterday, like literally just looking at today's price action. Why would it be a good thing for sellers if this area broke? These higher lows right here, if these all broke, why would that be good for them? Why would that give them a good chance of making it down further than we would normally say? Why would I say that? And this does tie into the 90%. So if you know anything about that or liquidity grabs, like, this kind of ties into that. But why am I saying that? Why does it have the energy to make it down here just because it breaks these higher lows? Why is that? I want to put you in like the opposite mindset for a second. Does anybody know? I'll give you guys a minute to answer, because I know YouTube can be a little laggy. Oh, my bad, Mike. I'll look at that here in a second. Is that FL or FI? I think that's FL. Is it full or fa? 3 out of 3 Palantir to call. Damn, Sandollar, killing it. FI. Thank you, Mike. I was honestly curious how you were going to answer that, because like audio, you know, makes sense, but like typing it. Very intuitive. I'll look at it here in a sec. Does anybody have an answer, though, for my question? More of you veterans, please don't answer. Yes, we could Charlie X. That's actually what I'm questioning everybody about right now. But I'm trying to get the answer out of everybody. Why is that feasible? Why is that possible? Why is it possible if we break these higher lows? Why does the chart have energy to make it down to these levels? Why is that even possible? Does anybody know? And again, not using previous day context, not talking about the gap down. Why are we? How does it have the energy to do that? I want to see. Y'all's brains work on this. Lag said consolidation causing buyers to lose control, question mark, then pushing past today's open causing new lows. Not quite. I mean, you're almost there. I see two really, really good answers. Let's see if more people can type it out or see what they think. $30 more seconds. Come on. Anybody else know the answer? No volume related answer. I kind of said the answer in my question, I'll be honest. And someone has typed the answer. I'm just seeing if anybody else wants to give it a shot. Giving everybody a fair chance here. Again, I would say this is like a way more advanced question. I'm probably wording it horribly too, because you guys know me. I'm the greatest speaker of all time. If aliens landed here, I would be the last choice to interpret what the hell they're saying to us. I'd be like that meme where it's like 7 people in a row, and this guy says one thing to him, and then they pass the secret on, and by the time it gets to the last person, it's like a completely different statement. Yeah, that would be me, but just one person, not 6, 7 people to ruin it. All right, well, chances are up. Let's see if anybody on Discord answered, and then I'll let you guys know who got it right. All right, nobody answered. No, you're good, Mike. You don't need to answer this because you know the answer. On YouTube, though, VC and Christian. Oh, wait, not Christian. Sorry. I almost called you Christian. Christia D's. Yes, both of you got that right. Lag, you were right there about to get it. You were pretty much right there, but yes. And I said the answer on accident as I was asking, but yes, because it's basically a liquidity grab. If you were to get a break, and I like how Christia worded that, breaking big buyer support level, because this is how we see it right now. We see these as good higher lows. Okay, that's an amazingly not straight line. Okay, you get my point here, though. These higher lows here. Looking for the break of this, we're seeing, like, because people always ask, like, why did we randomly stop right here? Why did we randomly stop right here? Why did we do this? Why did we do that? And a lot of the thinking behind this, us going down all the way to, let me zoom out a little bit. Move this. Going down to at least this level or even today's open is because these are the next bigger pivot points. And how does it have the energy to make it there? Because it's had a lot of price action hold up above a good bullish area. So if it was to break this, it would be a little bit more unexpected compared to other moves. So you might not even get that retest that a lot of us like to look for. You might just get a straight move into that area. And a lot of the time, and this is honestly coming from a logical point of view, a lot of the time this happens after the first phase of the day has already happened. So from open to 10:30, so the first 2 hours of the day. So almost like now. And then in lunchtime and the next session, or in the power hour, the last 2 hours of the day, I would even say, that's when you get this move a lot of the time, because this is kind of like setting it up, and then this is kind of like the follow through of it. So sometimes it happens in lunch, sometimes it happens in the last few minutes of the day. Yesterday, it happened in the literal last few minutes of the day. We had a lower open, we went up through the 50%, beyond the next level as well. We even held it as support. Went up and even hit the previous day close, and then we came down. So it took its time not just to go to a further level, but to even fall. And you could see when it did fall, it happened all within like an hour, 10, 20 minutes. Not even that long. So not great timing, honestly. But you could see, though, the possibilities of how that lines up with today. Like, are we about to go do the same thing? Work up to the previous day close and then dump towards the 50% end of day? Is it going to happen earlier than yesterday since that scenario has already played out once? Are we not going to get the same exact playbook a second day in a row? Are we about to break down earlier? Are we about to not break down at all? Do we just hold in range and do nothing the rest of the day? I don't want to just sit here and speak from a biased point of view. But that's how it looks. That's how it should play out. That's how it should pan out. We can only do so many things from here. Interesting conversation though. And it, again, almost always ties back to that gap down, but it's kind of funny because like it's a good bullish setup, yes, but any break or any rejection of this or any invalidation of this, if anything, this turns into fuel for the fire. You know, this turns into coal. So I wanted to ask y'all that to kind of pick your brain because it's like it's really easy to just sit here and be like, yeah, well that's a bullish level, so we'll hold it, we'll go up. Okay, yeah, no shit. But what happens if we don't hold? What's the mindset behind that? You know, how bearish truly are we? You know, because not every time we break under a level, what I say we have that impact. Like right here, so what? We went above it for 2 candles. This isn't that crazy of a break and then retake down, right? Same thing for here. This is really only a couple candles and they retook it. But this would be even more impressive. And you'll see this a lot of the time. In like the midday retest, end of day drops, it almost always starts from us starting down lower, working up, consolidating, and then it retests away from that consolidation. It uses that consolidation as fuel to make a larger move. But a lot of the time it takes the first part of the day, even 2 parts of the day to get to that move. But yeah, and that's where a lot of those bigger gain percentages come from people in my chat at least, or from days like that. Vice versa too. If we ever have a day that's going up like that, you know, we start up and we do that. That's where a lot of the bigger gains from my chat come from. Would definitely be days that are played out just like that. And these happen a lot. These gap up, gap down days, they happen a lot. Especially in this Trump market where it's so indecisive. But yes, great answer though, VC. And I almost called you Christian again. Christia D's. Very, very solid answers. You should both be patting yourself on the back like 1,000 times over right now. I would say that was a very, very difficult question, and probably even more difficult because I was the one asking it, and it's probably not worded the best. But honestly, very, very good answers. Good job listening. Because I kind of gave it away. I literally said the answer in the question. And Lag was like right there too. So Lag, you can pat yourself like 500 times. But good job though. Very, very happy with those answers. It's just to pick your brain. I'm not trying to force you to be bullish or bearish here on this chart. Just using it as an example. A very good example, especially because we actually did have a gap down today. So directionally, you probably should be thinking that way. If any loss of the 50% after hitting it happens. Because again, we see that as a median. We started lower, we went up, we hit our heads. Any pullback under that can be a very good downside setup, especially on that 1 minute. If you get any kind of and this is where that candlestick handbook now comes into play. You've gotten your setup, everything's working out. Can you spot a candlestick pattern to get you in? That's like the last trigger. It's like bam. All right, now you have your last reason for being in. You have another piece of context to work off of. Oh, it went back up after I entered, but it rejected 50% of the pattern that I entered on, so I just stayed in. And it worked out. It kept going. You know, you have actual conviction to hold a trade, sometimes to even invalidate a trade. Oh, it went back above 50% of the pattern that I entered on, so I just got out because I didn't want to risk it to the high and lose 40%. I'm okay with losing just 15 and then moving on. Like, okay, fine. That's great. It's a good way to minimize your loss. Again, talk about that pretty heavily in a lot of my swing trading and my scalp trading videos. Just because I really do like that 50% in so many different cases. It can be during a trade. It can be of something that I'm using. It can be, oh, there's a large range here. Let me just add another 50%. Like, oh, there's a gap down, 50%. Oh, let me get the previous day's halfway point. It's crazy how many times I find using a halfway point useful for anything. Oh, there's a large range. Oh, there's this trade I'm taking. Oh, there's a candlestick pattern. There's a gap. It's crazy how many ways you can use a midpoint. I shit you not, and I don't know this for certain, but if I had to assume, I would say algorithms like computerized trading, I would say there is no way that they don't have midpoints calculated within them. Because every time I go and I see something break and I have a really large zone, I throw out 50%. I just want to see, kind of trying to gauge it, where how much is of this zone has it done this, or how much has it gone up or down. And almost every time that midpoint is being utilized to some extent. On any time frame, on any chart, like that midpoint has got to be like the most understudied thing I've ever seen. It's super basic. There's not like a deeper level of thinking behind it. It's just a super easy way to gauge whatever you're looking at. Using it as a median, like, oh, we just dropped 5% overnight. Where should we go? Well, not previous day close. Let's aim for something a little bit more realistic. What is that? Something consistently that's going to always be there for us. That 50%. So, kind of cool. You see 50% retracement too much for it not to be an algos? Exactly. That's kind of what I'm saying too. Like if you've been looking around the market enough or charting enough or trading enough and you've been using those midpoints, like you got to know it. Like it just feels like they're definitely a part of something. And I think a lot of people misunderstand what an algo is. Like a lot of the time it really is just a computer that has conditions set. What are those conditions? It could be anywhere between a couple to thousands of different things set, And there's no like cap on how many of these computers are running for them and telling them different pieces of info and making quick decisions based on parameters that they've set. And that's why I speak in that way as well. You want to speak from like a computerized trading mindset, but not really, because we're not computers. And it's funny because literally the two people we've had in the group or had interviews with on the YouTube channel that went to the stock market exchange and have actually been on the floor and actually kind of understood all of that stuff and actually kind of gotten behind the scenes, like they've literally agreed with everything we've talked about in here. So it's kind of funny, like the way we think aligns with how a lot of like computers and algos work. And it's funny because like I mean, seriously, think about it. Are midpoints that complex? Not really. So, I mean, even smart computerized trading and algorithms use them. Like, I'm definitely going to keep using them. They're definitely impactful. It doesn't have to be big brain thinking to work. If anything, the more simple it is, the more effective it is these days. At least in my opinion. And welcome anybody joining the stream. I saw a few names join. Welcome. Kind of just chilling, seeing what's going on. We're seeing the tail end of this, seeing if the halfway point of 560.70s ends up holding up. So far, so good. Buyers are getting that extra move up right now. New high of day just happened. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing unexpected yet. We expected a little bit of an indecisive morning. We got that. Really good retake of today's open. It's actually a copy of yesterday so far. This is almost a perfect copy of yesterday. And it's funny because we even talked about that in the pre-market prep. We talked about how this could be a literal blueprint from yesterday. Don't know if we'll get the exact same targets reached, though. Yesterday, we actually reached pretty good targets to the upside, even though it was a little slow. Today's pacing was a little bit better. But I think it's a little crazy to tell ourselves that we'll do the exact same thing we did yesterday. So I just don't like to think that way. But it looks like we're trying to, though. They definitely have a good case for getting to previous day close from here. Also talked about the energy built up above these levels. If 560 50s, 560 30s give out, most likely seeing a really good dip back down to that 558.38 level. Maybe even today's open. So kind of keeping that in the back burner in case we see like an end of lunchtime move or start of power hour move. I would say that's kind of the part of the day to look for that. Yesterday it did happen. It just didn't happen in a good amount of time. Which, again, that could be an issue. Ooh, good post by D-Touch on Apple in the post charts channel if anybody wants to go look at that. Really good updates on Trade Floor, too. I keep feeling bad that I'm not going in there enough, but then I go in there and there's like 3 people calling it out, so I don't have to feel bad. Good job, Kevo and Tobias, keeping up with that over and over again. Imagine you have to write an algo to sell, let's say 30 million worth of stock. If you do it all at once, you will lose money. Need to wait for liquidity to come back. For example, there are probably some that sell to 50%. Yeah, no, that's what I think too. And there's probably even deeper numbers than that. Like they probably do 50% of 50%. Like there's probably quarter percents that they go after as well. I've even talked about this. Like the Lee test is technically a 0.25% retest trade. If you think about it, it's already a trade that's broken down, hit a 50%, and then it's going back up and hitting another 50% of a 50%. It's a little deeper thinking. I'm not trying to like freak anybody out saying all that, but I 100% believe in the 0.25% as well, and probably even deeper than that. With bigger trades and bigger money and bigger scale than that, like what you're saying, it's 100% believable. Great call out yesterday on the hard to trade environment during the midday. Thank you, thank you. That's just, again, tying back to the theoretical thinking behind the system. Like today, I don't expect the lunchtime to be that great. We've already gotten a good move. This should be the part of the day that just kind of gives you a little bit of time to kind of settle again. And then maybe in the last 2 hours of the day, you get a good move down or a continuation up. If you didn't already get it during lunchtime. Again, I don't want to sit here and just delete lunchtime. We actually still haven't finished the first part of the day. We're actually 3 minutes away from the first part of the day ending. I didn't even realize that. I thought we were already past 10:30. So, I genuinely wouldn't be shocked. This makes one more high of day in the next 2.5 minutes. It kind of already did that, though. I know institutional traders, they have whole teams who just work on their algo. He won't give me any insider info. He probably can't without getting in trouble, to be fair. I've met a few guys like that, and they almost always have like these deals where they've signed something and they can't really say much. And if they do and they get caught, it's not good. It's not just losing your job. It's like paying a lot of money as well. So, fair enough. Probably one of those things where if he told you, he'd have to kill you kind of thing. That's pretty cool, though, that you know someone like that. I don't know anyone like personally like that anymore. I used to be friends with someone that was. I don't really talk to them anymore. And then we had, what's his name on here a while back. I can't remember anybody's name. We had that other stock market trader in here that's on Twitter. We had him in here. It's like the only interview of someone I've ever done on this channel. Got a lot of good answers out of him, too. Hold on, let me just pull it up, because it's pissing me off. I can't remember his name. Champion Vibe. Jesus, dude, why could I not remember that? I don't even think this is the video. Oh, here it is. It's this one. If you go to the Champion Vibe Ace webinar playlist, I don't know why I have a playlist with random videos in it. Whatever. This one right here, Champion Vibe plus Bueller session from live stream. I went back and I cut out a part of the live stream where it's just me asking him questions, him going over things, and me asking questions from the stream. And he went over a lot of cool stuff. So if you guys ever want to know like some bigger topics, like when it comes to like being on the trading floor in the New York Stock Exchange, I love that I did this with him, because I don't do a lot of like projects, a lot of other traders, because I genuinely despise most other traders. Just the way they think, the way they talk, it's horrible. Most of them think of you as like a sale. It's kind of crazy. It hurts my feelings every time I even talk to someone like that. But he was one of the few people that were like down to earth, super chill. And I can't say that about too many other content creator traders, I should say, because I am also a trader who creates content. But I don't know. It was cool meeting someone who like actually genuinely feels like they give a shit, and someone who actually had cool knowledge of something. So we got to talk about the New York Stock Exchange and stuff. So that's a really cool little video or live stream snippet. It's like an hour and a half long, but I had a lot of fun doing that. I don't do too many of those for a reason. I had a guy too. I won't name names because I'm genuinely not trying to like do an egotistical thing or like start drama, but I have a guy who has like over 160K subscribers want to come onto this channel and do an interview. But I reviewed some of his content, and I was like, man, fuck that. This guy's weird. Like, you could definitely tell he was going to come on here and just be like, yeah, guys, subscribe to this, subscribe to that, do this, do that. It's like, bro, talk about trading. You could tell he was going to come in here and do some weird, like, marketing, basically. It's like, bro, my people don't care about that. They're not here to hear more marketing. I already told them to like my stream. They don't need to hear any more marketing beyond that. That's not what people are in here for. Yeah, champions vibe. Oh, you probably said that before I figured it out. You have a better memory than me. Yeah, that was definitely one of the coolest little projects I did. And then the other one that playlist, I didn't even know there was a playlist for it, that it's based off of, was the live stream like webinar thing that I did with Ace from Twitter. I know he's pretty big on there. And then Champion. That was really fun. I also got to do it with AK Investing. He was really cool. There's a few cool people out there. I genuinely enjoy their content. I don't get to watch too much of it. Like, you know how like rappers don't like to listen to like other rappers' music too much? That's like me with trading content. Like, I don't like to go and watch other people's stuff, because then I feel like I can't create an original thought. Like, it's like, if you go out there and you're like constantly looking at other people's shit, you'll incorporate it without even thinking, and then you'll think you're the one who, like, and I'm not trying to like make it seem like that, but a lot of people have done that to me, so I take it personal when I do it to other people, because it's just weird. Like, if you're going to watch my content and you're someone who's just been trading EMAs your whole life, and then suddenly you're marking pre-market high and pre-market low, it's like, dude, I definitely like, you know, I definitely hooked you up with that. So I don't like to take away from other people's strats. I also think it messes with mine. I don't think I need to incorporate other strategies into mine if mine already works. You know, I don't see the point in messing up something that's not broken, you know? Don't fix what isn't broken. So I don't like to do that. I don't like to watch other people's content too much. The only content that's truly ever been incorporated into any kind of strategy for my channel, and I've been very open with this, is Steven Bigelow, rest in peace, for swing trading. And it was because I already had a swing strat that was pretty similar to his, and then I bumped into his channel, and I was like, oh my god. It was like the most professional, optimized version of my strategy I've ever seen. It was just candlestick patterns and EMAs for like targets and entries and exits, but your focus was like the candlestick patterns like 90% of the time, and he covered it exactly how my brain wanted it. He would go like, he would look at the chart, talk about the candlestick pattern, talk about what it did, and then move on to the next one. Like, it was just the meat. There was no bullshit, there was no salad, there was no potatoes. It was just straight to the steak. It was the greatest content ever, and it wasn't content, it was genuinely knowledge. That's the only channel or content that has ever like touched me, and it made me like, oh shit, I should incorporate that level of thinking into my strategy. You know, not just let me look for a bullish candlestick. Like, no, it'd be okay, now let me look for a bullish candlestick at a bullish part of the chart, and let me incorporate these EMAs. Let me see if I can get a target. Like, and I don't use the same ones as him, or that he did use, but it's just like they were pretty close. So it was nice, honestly, having that, because it was like having a cheat sheet on something that you already were kind of half knowledgeable on, but then you found like the teacher of teachers on it, and it was just nice. But yeah, but again, that's still not stealing though. Like, some people will literally just like see your strategy and then just straight up one-on-one it. Like, that's it. Just copy it, move it, use it. But it's the thinking. I used to get mad about that kind of shit, but now that I've grown up a little bit, matured a little bit, I actually don't care about it anymore, because, I mean, I still defend it. I still care about it to some extent, but someone could take your strategy and still not use it right, because they don't understand the theoretical thinking behind it, the conditional formatting behind it. You know, if this happens, that's what should happen. You know, they don't understand all that. So unless someone truly passionate copies your strategy, you should be good. And if someone's going to go ahead and take the energy to do all that, I mean, fuck it. Let them have the strategy at that point. They're going to apply the energy to learn it. Like, okay, have it. It's yours, brother. What's up? Are y'all even listening? That's a very funny name. Can I explain the charts, what I'm seeing right now? Well, I just explained them. I was just kind of ranting for a second. Sorry. I do that from time to time. But we've basically had a lower open. Excuse me. Lower open. So from previous day close. And here I'll even go to a different chart so you can get a good look at this. That wasn't what I meant. All right, let's just do this one. So basically, if you take your previous day close down to your today's open with the fib, we lost today's open, retook it. Nothing really crazy, just a good liquidity grab. This is also known as a 90% entry. And this sent it. We had targets earlier to at least hit the meat of this high, and then we had a secondary target at the 50%. Ever since then, we've just kind of hit this, teetering around it, kind of holding it with decent higher lows, both on the 5-minute and on the 1-minute over here. This area is like right here. And since then, we've just kind of been slowly grinding up. So we're either looking to tap out, slow down, and consolidate, and potentially lose support under this area. Maybe end of lunchtime, end of day, maybe last 2 hours of the day. You can look for this potential move if we aren't just still cascading on the way up. Because, again, that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just slowly grinding up. So can't really take away from the buyer trend right now. But let me know if that was helpful to you. Are you even listening, or are y'all even listening, whatever your name is? Hopefully that helps you out. And yeah. Thanks for asking, though. How's it looking, bullish, bearish? Well, at the moment, I would definitely say a little bit more bullish than bearish. But you definitely can't take away from how much we started down and how much we've gained back. So definitely at any moment after this consolidation, if you get a break of 560.40s there or 560.30s, you could definitely have a good breakdown towards the end of lunchtime, going into 1 o'clock, or even the last 2 hours of the day. But just be careful. We have been grinding up, so there's a very good chance we do go up and smack previous day close, which is this level right here. Where the hell's my mouse? Right here. So if we do continue up, not really going to be shocked if we hit this level, but it is a pretty shocking level to hit today considering where we started. So very, very powerful move up so far. The key levels that they retook was, again, today's open and this 100% extension. So if I take it as like a whole, like the fact that they retook this was very impressive. Working into this made sense after retaking this, hitting this high, that all makes sense. Anything beyond that is just a cherry on top. So if you're actively trading, you're definitely either in like a final part of your position. But for any new trades here, I would definitely be avoiding that. You've already missed a good move. This is kind of the tail end of a move, potentially setting up for a second. So that's my opinion. Feel free to disagree or agree. And let me know what you see. Are y'all even listening? Feel free to give me your input as well. I just saw what Keva said. Isn't she? Advanced Money Destroyer reports today after close. He's talking about AMD, Advanced Money Destroyer. Wonder if Lisa Su can finally turn this ship around. I've always said AMD will probably bounce back, but it's probably going to take a lot longer than most people think. I mean, it's a semiconductor. It's not going to go anywhere. But it's not the best semiconductor. It's also got just a lot of I don't know why so many people have like negative opinions of it. Is it Nvidia? No. But I mean, come on. Is that really like a reason to hate something? Because it's not Nvidia? That's a weird reason. Plus, they still are leading in, what is it, GPU or CPU? It's vice versa. One of them leads in one of them leads in the other. So it's like, they're not going anywhere. It's AMD. It's also a lot cheaper of an option for, like, all kinds of setups, really. You have a put for... Okay, thanks so much. Super helpful. No problem. I have a put for 560 that I'm stuck in. Thank you for being honest.
I think you have a good chance, honestly, if you get a good rejection of this level here and a breakdown of this 560s, 0.50, that highlighted area underneath current price. I think you have a very good chance because that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But that's more or less if it even breaks, right? That's very hopeful that it will break. But I think you have really good risk reward on your side if you've only recently entered. Now, if you've been stuck in this since like earlier, a little different conversation there. If you've entered in the last like 20, 25 minutes, I could see the decent risk reward behind this trade. But that would be more or less just kind of getting in early before something is actually giving you an actionable setup yet. But there isn't bad risk reward here for shorts. I'm not arguing that. It's just the trend's too strong on the way up right now and nothing is broken on the way down. That's why I had this conversation with Stream earlier. I was having a fun conversation saying, we have all this consolidation. What happens if we break down? This becomes fuel to the fire. That's exactly what this was, right? We were under today's open. We were under this level here. We retook it. So what does all this become? I mean, this volume doesn't just disappear. This now becomes fuel to the fire. So as we're going back up, it becomes coals. Think of like someone throwing a bunch of coals into like the train and it's just lighting it all up. That's kind of what this does, is it's sending price up. So you have a very good chance if it breaks this level to go down very quickly because of the built-up energy right here. I keep calling it energy. It's not really energy. It's money. It's volume. But it can be added to the fire on the drop down if you get that break because now all this is trapped. Hopefully that makes sense. That's probably a horrible explanation, but that's the thought process behind it, though. Thanks. I think the last move I did wasn't the best one, so just hoping it doesn't just jump back down. I wasn't too bullish, just so I took the chance, and now we're dragging up, so it's just nerve-wracking. Yeah, I feel you on that. It's a weird grind-up day, I'll be honest with you. A median, when we have a drop-down from the previous day close to today's open, a lot of the time if we do go up, this area here, the 50%, is what you're going to hit a lot of the time. So you definitely want to make more of your trading decisions around this area if you're too late to catching the move up. So I definitely agree with you. It can definitely be nerve-wracking, especially on moves like this where it's like the pacing is shit. It's just really slow grind up. I feel you on that though. Your risk reward isn't the worst though. You really do need a pop of like 560s basically though. You need that to break. It is for your trade. But not horrible risk reward. I wouldn't say you're in the worst of trades I've seen. Personally, I'm sitting cash right now, but I've been calling out for us to go up to hit this 50% and possibly an end of lunchtime, end of day move down, just like yesterday. I think today's move down will happen a lot quicker than yesterday's, though. Yesterday, it only happened in the last like hour and 10, hour 20. I think today it'll happen a lot quicker than that. I think around 1 o'clock or before 1 o'clock, you should definitely have at least one move going back down under 560.50. But that could mean literally right now. That could mean an hour from now. That could mean an hour and a half from now. 1 o'clock Central Standard Time. And this is, again, just based on the 3 phases of the day. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. This is actually... there's theory behind this. But you're at a 50-50 pivot point right now, so there's a very good chance you bounce here. There's a very good chance you get a rejection and we follow through to the downside from here. So just be careful of really anything right here. But around this 560 spot, there's a lot of movement that's very possible. So it's going to add to the nerve-wracking is why I'm saying that. Just be careful. And don't let anyone trade for you. Do your own decisions. I like that you're just asking my opinion. You're not really using it to make your own decision. Make your own decisions. Even everything I've said just now, don't let that dictate what you're looking at. I don't like to do that to anybody in my chat. Even if I'm sitting here and I'm saying I'm bullish on something and somebody says they're bearish on it at the same time, I'm literally not going to discredit that person. Let them make that mistake or let me make my mistake. I don't know in that moment that I'm the right one or not. And it'd be a little egotistical to think that. Be a little open-minded. More understanding. Outside bar on the 15. Beautiful work, Dr. J. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. Don't go anywhere.
All right, it took a couple extra minutes, but I got a kolache, so it was worth. I am back, though. I gotta resituate my desk now. It's from Shipley's. I am back. What's up? Anything said? Anything wild said while I was gone? Doesn't look like it. Market movement still kind of around where we figured it'd be. Nothing really out of the norm here. Let's see if we can find something out of the norm. How are the mags doing? Nothing crazy. Kind of interested in the Apple-Microsoft difference, too, now that Microsoft's gapped up here. It's actually still holding a lot of its gains, too. Other end of it, Apple's been getting weaker. So kind of interesting to see when this finally catches back up again. Same for NVIDIA. Kind of can't wait to see what happens after their earnings. But yeah, I'm going to just leave this on SPY for a second, eat this kolache, because it smells really good. Kind of expecting us to get a dip down here anytime soon. We did talk about the possibility of them kind of messing with everybody, though, for a while. It is still pretty early in the day. But watching to see if we get a dip down under 560.50. Now that we have hit pretty good targets to the upside, definitely cannot deny that. Okay, this kolache's on fire. Huh. Uh-oh, SWAT's here. Who's still alive with me on stream? Who's still here? I see we got a good amount of people still in Discord and YouTube, but who's actually alive? I know some people get busy. I'm not judging. It's so slow right now. I mean, to be fair, we did some pretty good movement already. Overnight and in the morning. The first phase of the day was definitely a success. Being able to break today's open and then go back up and smack the 50%, that's a success. We don't do vibe checks, we do a live checks around here. Me alive. Oh yeah, I forgot we got these emojis. I need to add another one soon. The ideas have been kind of weak on that front. What's up, though? Do you guys got lunch soon, or what's up with y'all, food situation-wise? To buy a slap. Oh, yeah, there you go. I wouldn't mind adding a Tobias emoji. Nothing but anger, no lunch, just anger. I don't know if it's just the southern person in me, but man, kolaches are good. Especially when this thing's like hot as hell. I won't lie. Shipley's kolaches are kind of mid. If you've ever had like, and I've said this a million times on stream, but the hole in the wall
like Asian places, I swear to God, they will always have the best kolaches, like by a literal mile. I'll never remember the place. It's always like a place called like Sunlight Donuts or Daylight Donuts or like it's always a stupid name every time. But those are the places that have the best kolaches. What is that? What, Shipley's or kolaches? Or the South? What part of that do you need help on? Kolache? You don't know what a kolache is? I thought all Americans knew what these were. Here, I'll pull it up for you. You even almost spelled it right. I don't know about all these fruity ones. That looks a little sus, but look kind of like these. Sausage. Sometimes you get spicy sausage with cheese in it. The fatter the bread, normally the worse it is. But like Shipley's has pretty thick bread, and their shit's pretty good still. But I tell you, man, those like hole in the wall Asian places, it'll be like half this size, the bread. It'll be like smaller, like more of a cocoon. And I swear it tastes so good. Yeah, like a pig. Yeah, kind of like a pig in a blanket, kind of. A little different, but kind of the same thing. I would definitely say they're in the same family tree. Dude, my bad. I thought, honestly, everybody in the United States knew what the hell these were. Somebody told me it was like a South thing, but I didn't believe them. I was like, nah, bro, everybody eats these. Oh, wow. It says, well, you can find kolaches almost everywhere in the United States. Outside of Texas, they remain mostly just popular in areas where Czech immigrants settled, such as Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Oklahoma. Shout out to Texas. Shout out to Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Oklahoma. Shout out to the Czechs, honestly. Nebraska. What a weird, like, choice of states. Yeah, shout out to Slovakians, bro. Facts. Without them, we wouldn't have kolaches. This food was meant to be in America anyway. Let's be honest. Our fat asses will eat anything. Shit, in America, some of our favorite athletes enjoy some of the most disgusting food I've ever heard. Shout out to Slovakians, though. Wait, where's Kolache Factory at? What state are you in, Data J? New York. Oh, okay, fair enough. You're like the actual North. Yeah, I was gonna say, I doubt there's even one close to you. I was gonna say, do y'all have a kolache factory, but y'all do not. Jesus, the majority of their stores are in Texas, literally where I'm at. Okay. Well, if you ever are in a place where they have a kolache factory, visit this and get the pepperoni pizza, and then get a second one, and get whatever you want. Get whatever sounds good to you. But they're all kolaches, and some of them are like custom. And the pepperoni pizza one will literally have you on your knees wanting another one. A lot of Czech communities west of Houston. Dude. Shout out West Houston. That's where I'm at. I'm West Houston. But yeah. 100%. Shut up, lag. 100% check out Kolache Factory. If there's like any hole in the wall places though, like I'm not joking. Like those Asian donut places are in every state, so don't doubt those. But go to those and ask them for just like a bunch of like sausage and cheese kolaches, and have a great day. Like seriously, that'll like set you up. Shout out to the Asian community. I only know that because I used to live next to a family who opened one of those shops, and they would literally be up at like 3:30 every day, 3:30 a.m. And they would go to their shop, they'd get it running, and they would already be like mostly sold out of their stuff, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Like people going to work or getting up early and getting ready for their day and going there, like they would sell out almost every time. They just knew what they were doing. Maybe they had some of that maybe they had like a Czechoslovakian like Jedi teach them, teach them the ways of the kolache. You have more Asian donut shops in our area than we have dollar stores. Oh, dude, you're living life then. Don't sleep on those places. They slap. At least their kolaches. I will say this: a lot of those places donuts are kind of mid, but almost all of their kolaches are like 10 out of 10. True Texas advice right there. Do we have bagel shops in Texas? I'm sure we do, because I know we have like the Big Bagel brand. I forgot the name of it. I know those exist here. There's a couple like places that sell bagels. Bagels are pretty good though. I feel like I could eat pretty much any kind of bagel though. I feel like I wouldn't be set on just one kind. Like if you took me to one of those like bagel bars, I could totally just whatever you want me to eat, we'll eat it. I even watched that I don't know if it's a documentary or what the hell I watched, but I'm sure some of you did too. But it was like that video, where it's like a long video, but it breaks down like can you get high off of poppy seeds and like or like drunk or something, and it actually pop up on like a drug test or something. And I remember like you could actually have enough to where it would pop up on something, but you would have to eat like so many that it's just not. You would never do that. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, getting high off them. Yeah, I remember if you eat enough of them, you can get high off of them, and it actually can pop up on a test. It's like, Jesus. I never knew that. Google searches animals that eat nothing but poppy seeds. For meth. You can. I know people who did it. Damn. Went from pain pills to poppy seed tea to heroin to death. Wait, actually? That's actually the route they took? That's depressing. That was weird. At first when I read what you said went from pain pills to poppy seed tea. When I read that, I'm like, oh, he's talking about like a recovery story. This guy's going to recover. He's going to do great. And then the next line was to heroin. It's like, huh? Bro went from like 3 to 1 to 10. Like, that's crazy. Sorry to hear that, though. If it was someone you personally knew, like, actually gave a shit about. Sorry to hear that. That's a crazy route, though. I'll be honest. My family doesn't do that. They don't do pills. They do, like, alcohol. Anybody in my family who has died in my family either dies from, like, cancer or overdosing of, like, or not overdosing, but, like over-intoxication. That's a lot of death in my family. It's, like, alcohol and cancer. It's very rare someone makes it to old age in my family. I think my grandma might be the first. She's still doing great, and she's old as hell. But she's doing great. Full of energy. His girlfriend didn't OD, and she is good now. Yeah, but I grew apart when they became a drug addict, tried to help. I had a friend like that too, but he ended up surviving. He's fine.
But we are not friends at all. Like, bro's alive, but we are not cool at all on any basis. But he is alive. That is probably what's most important. Sorry to hear about your story, though. That's horrible. At least the girlfriend's okay. She's doing good now. You just raw dog the pain? Real. Be a man. Cry in the dark. Cry when no one's watching. Be a man. Sorry about that, BC. Yeah, some families just got like that curse. I don't know what it is. Nobody's allowed to die at old age, apparently. Costco casually above 1,000 again, by the way. They're having a red day today by a very little amount, but they are still above 1,000. Looking for a potential bearish retest here on the SPY. We did get the break, looking for the retest now. We already have one lower high to confirm this. A second can double confirm this on the 1 minute right side chart. Any retake of this level here is short term okay, but not really out of the water yet until they poke their head above this most recent lower high at the same time. So not just retaking the area that's highlighted, but also the lower high. Probably just keep my cursor there for a second. Wait, there's a new Final Destination movie? Have you actually seen those, Lag? Those movies are crazy, because, like, I'm not joking, and I would never say this about any movie series unless I was 100% serious, but you'll watch that first one and be like, bro, this sucks. And then you'll get to the end of it and you're like, oh, it was alright. And then you'll get to start watching the rest of them. Like, watch them all in a row in the same weekend or something. I'm not shitting you. It'll blow your mind. If you watch all of the Final Destinations, like, in the same weekend, your mind will be blown, I can assure you. Because you'll be like, oh my god, they all connect. But, like, in the craziest way possible. Like, you'll be like, how do they even plan that kind of thinking? Now, Final Destination is, like, weird, because when you first start watching it, it's really bad. And then you're, like, start connecting the dots, you're like, wait a minute, this is genius. It was so bad, it was genius. Oh, it's reconnecting to the first one again? Jesus. Yeah, if you watch all of them, you'll know what I mean. What I said doesn't make any sense to anybody who hasn't seen them. 30-minute has an outside bar / bearish engulfing, I believe. Let's double check, Gary. I'll double check. You're correct. You are correct, good sir. There is a bearish engulfing there. High of low of it over the previous candle. And on the 30-minute. That's a pretty significant time frame. I also like to add this note in the stream. Tons of people in my chat specifically love doing this, but switching to the 10 or 15-minute even on one of your two time frames if you're looking at multiple around lunchtime. This is lunchtime right now, so great time to pull up these time frames. They're a little bit slower, pacing's a little bit different, but it allows you to be a little bit more patient, digest the info a little bit better, and you could still have up your other chart with like a 1 minute or 5 minute if you want, just to kind of make sure you see what's actually happening in the moment. But it is nice to have that slower paced time frame on the left or right of whatever you're looking at. Especially around lunchtime, now that we've gotten past the more active part of the beginning part of the day, because that's definitely the most active part of the day. Good breakdown, though, Gary. Very, very good update. Good update, brother. See if we get any kind of breakdown under 560.50s here. It's funny. Last night when I was posting those levels in the game plan, across the different channels, I was like, man, we're going to be calling out puts all day tomorrow. And then we start this low, and I'm like, fuck, I'm going to be calling out calls all morning this day. It's like two completely different mindsets. And Lag to Death is a real one, man. He even got me some donut holes. What a real one. Bearish retest seems to be potentially playing out here.
New recent low is made. See if we get any kind of follow-up behind this. Let me zoom this chart a little bit easier. I kind of like looking at those lows, though. See if you get any follow-up, or is this about to retake 560, 70s? You filled him with poppy seeds. I find it harder to trade when the gap is in the same direction as a higher time frame trend. Wait, hold up. I find it harder to trade when gap is in the same direction. Oh, okay, so like if we've been going down and then we get a gap to the downside, or if we're in an uptrend and then we get a gap to the upside, you're saying it's difficult. Why do you think that is? Do you think? Let me break it down more though. Do you think you suck at like? I'm saying you suck because I'm just being really short with you. I don't actually think you suck at anything. And neither should you. You should not think that. But do you think you suck at the continuation of it? Like, it doesn't go back up to the fib. Maybe it just makes new lows and it's hard to follow because there's just so much of the obvious selling. Maybe the obvious selling is what fucks you over, or is it the other way around? Is it does go back up to the 50% and you just don't pull the trigger because we've already gone down once? Is that maybe stopping you, that mental barrier? Or maybe it's something different. You let me know. Maybe you have a different hypotheses. Is the first one? Where it's like already down, it doesn't give you the retest, it just kind of like keeps falling under today's open and then it keeps going. So it's pretty much like all you have is CDO and PML. And in a lot of the cases, those end up being like almost the same level in that example. Honestly, in those examples, you either need to take super light risk if you think there is room below, and if you just don't feel good about it. Honestly, the best rule of thumb is just not touch it. And I know that feels so obvious, but sometimes the obvious answer is the best. Because I agree with you, sometimes it can feel a little unsettling to be catching a trade that's already in a downtrend market, already obviously going down. But you got to remember, though, it's not obvious to everybody. But I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean when it is obvious to everybody. And holy crap, they really did retake 560, 70s. In that case, though, I would definitely say skip the first phase of the day. If you feel that you suck at that, until you get better at it, and not really get better at it until you progress at understanding it better. I would definitely focus on skipping the first phase of the day. See if you can get some consolidation in the. I would say today is honestly a great example of that. We didn't continue to go down; we went back up. So, and a lot of the reason is because the first phase of the day didn't work out. And a lot of the time I say that is because in that first phase of the day, you either do get that continuation or you don't. It's as simple as that. You know, you a lot of the time don't just go to the right in that first part of the day after a gap down or gap up. There is almost always a follow-up or a reversal. It's not just going to sit between like a dollar range every time. This is insane movement, by the way. But good on you, Dr. J. Thank you for bringing that up, because I could instantly visualize exactly what you were saying. Like, as soon as you said it, I could break down different scenarios on what those kinds of days should be, what we should be expecting. And it's just because, like, that's such a good template day. We're in a downtrend already. That's good context to give me, by the way, too. Because if you would have just said, I suck at gap days, it's like, okay. That could be a million things. But that makes sense. You know, that context of, like, it's already been going down, and you're getting this continuation down. What do I do? Some people think they need to fix something and do something differently, but in reality, it's just like what we said there. Just wait. If you know you suck at it, use that knowledge. And it's not maybe it's not that you suck at it. Maybe it's just a very hard, struggling, imbalanced part of the day. I mean, think about that scenario. Especially if making a new low on bigger time frame charts that everybody can see. Holy crap, this move is crazy. I'm trying to break something down, Spy. This is crazy. Yeah, somebody check for news while I don't. No, I'll look it up.
It has to be something with like China trade war. There's no way it's anything else. Fucking, it is him. Really positive announcement Thursday, Friday, or Monday before we leave. Announcement to be as big as it gets. Bro, you cannot make this shit up. This man literally said announcement to be as big as it gets. Brother, my imagination could go pretty far. I don't think it could be as big as it gets. This sucks. Now I get to tell my chat for like the next 8 days straight that they could just like not trade as much. Oh, you guys already shared it in chat. I'm the slow one. My bad. Yo, my bad. I'm the slow one. Man. Oh, my bad. I'll get this junk off your screen. Also, really cool thing to check. Honestly, I wouldn't even check this every day, but every other day is kind of fun. If you go to briefing.com/stock market update, this page here, I really like this part because it instantly just tells me what's going on. It's just straight to the point. There's no BS. There's no noise. It's just telling me what I need to know. I like it a lot. Also, you don't even have to log in to use it. You can literally click on it like 20 to 25 times per 30 days without logging in. Hold up, excuse me, I can't breathe. Briefing.com. Super, super OP. The very first page of it is really nice. Once you pull it up, too, you can scroll down and see like different summaries of the day, of different events that maybe happened or are about to happen. And if you go to the bottom paragraph of it, it'll literally give you the most instant description of whatever or whatever the paragraph above it is saying, like the data and the numbers and all that. It'll literally tell you what it's saying. And it's cool because you don't even have to log in. You don't have to do anything. I would definitely leave ad blocker on. But super, super, super useful website. Super slept on. I've been monitoring how many people use it for like 2 years now, and it amazes me. I love that it's slept on. I love that not many people use it. I mean, there is like 1,000 plus people who use it, but that's really small in the grand scheme of things. And whoever runs it, you can see the founders of that site. I'm not sponsored by them, but I swear, if they ever did sponsor me, I would do it for free. I genuinely just love that site. I love the information, the quick, instant summaries of everything. No bullshit, no noise. Just facts. I've never seen a political post from them yet. So I can personally vouch for them that there's no open bias, at least. Everyone's biased, but they're not like shoving it down your throat. So I appreciate that. And then the other one is financialjuice.com. Financialjuice.com. That one's just good for just overall news and just a feed because it's really just a conglomerate of websites. Whoever invented financialjuice.com is honestly a genius because it's like a bunch of feeds that feed into one. So it's like every other shitty website, but like mixed into one. So you can just get like the summary of everything, and it's super nice as well. And then the other one, I'd say the last one is earningshub.com. This is just for looking at the earnings calendar. And it is super clean. It's the only one I share in chat the past year and a half or so. But you could just see so much info. It's so much cleaner looking. I feel like as soon as I look at it, I instantly understand what has earnings, what days. Like, I don't have to look at it that long. If I do want to look at it longer and click on it, there's a lot of easily accessible info. And all 3 of these sites that I just shared, you don't even need to log in. It's the best thing ever.
I can't stand going to these sites where you gotta log in, have this free info. They're constantly sending you fucking subletter info, like, please subscribe to us, this and that. Like, dude, I just want to read things. If I wanted Apple News, I'd pay for it. It's like $5 or $10 a month. Actually, I don't even know if that's true or not. I need to backtest that. How much is Apple News per month? How much? I think to Apple users it's cheaper. Oh no, it is just the same price. Apple News costs $12.99 in the US, $16 in Canada, $20 in Australia. It's also available as part of the Apple One Premier plan for $38 per month. That is fucking crazy. $13 per month for free accessible news that anybody could get at the exact same second. Apple News is a scam. Trump announced big news coming. That's what's up. Some people are saying the biggest announcement. Yeah. I love the way Trump like worded that. It's like the most Trump way to say something. Big news. It's going to be the biggest news you've ever expected in the history of news. That cucked the short setup forming. That's tragic. It really did. I feel bad for whoever that was earlier who was shorting, because that actually was looking really good for dropping, and then that news came out. And that's why I try to keep a thumb on things. Like earlier I was saying, let's expect this move up to the 50%. You know, kind of giving ourselves expectations. Therefore, if it doesn't happen, you and me can just kind of like chill out. And if it does happen, same reaction. We can chill out because we got what we wanted. We're not sitting here reaching for crumbs. Yeah, biggest, most beautiful news. Yeah, you know, you guys know. Biggest, most beautiful news you ever laid your eyes on in the news world of news. Went to previous day close and rejected. See what happens. That is true. That could also be the tap out for the day. That could be all she's got. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Now, very good point. Good point on the biggest, most beautiful news. That's why I said, man, like, just expect a lot of up and down in this market. Expect volatility, but don't be scared of it. Be patient. Grab it by the balls. Don't be scared, because it's full of opportunity. Full of opportunity. The amount of up and down we're going to be getting, yeah, it kind of sucks. It won't be single directional for longer periods of time like we're so used to, but so what? That's not the end of the world. But you get crosswords with Apple News subscription. Charlie X said, gap is filled, 100% technical, 0% fundamental. Good shit, Charlie. On the update, I don't even care if you traded it or not. I just really appreciate the good update. I don't know what messages got retracted or what y'all said and deleted, but whatever. I don't know what you said, kicks. You get crosswords with the news app. That gets me. Oh, no kidding. She did have a good trade. Huge trade. I almost typed her name in the chat. I don't know if she wants that or not. Let me not do that. I almost call half of you by your names, and I don't know if it's even right or not. I don't know if that's, like, good. You too, Carter. Thank you, Van. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the drop after the pump is even more comedic. This is the perfect don't touch it. Trump just tweeted price action.
Yeah, I'm not touching this shit. What's a good general amount of 5-minute candles past the retest zone to trade a breakout? You'd have to show me an example, because you could literally just do the very first candle. It just depends what price action you're getting. I mean, if you get like 3 candles and like they're all just big ass red candles, I mean, that's pretty obvious. But if you end up getting some more indecisive price action, I could definitely see the indecision. That isn't a bad question, though. I would definitely check out some of the scalp videos. I think you'd enjoy that, Tisius. And you'll see some examples where it's like literally the first candle. Sometimes it's like the 5th candle. But it really depends on like candlestick patterns. Damn, good on her. She said that's her first 4-figure trade. That's super badass. Great day. You too, Kix. Thank you for being here. I don't know how to interpret this price action other than just not trading this. No, that is the way to interpret it, not trading it. That is the way to interpret it. Trump is still talking? Is there a link, or is there just like updates on this? And if there is a link, do I even want it? I'll be honest, I hate listening to all those things because it's like it's just a waste of time. You can learn just as much from the price action as you can from any of the speeches they're giving. You know, the 90% of speeches that are like copy pasted from someone else writing them and something that's probably been prepared weeks at a time. It's a joke. It's a joke. They want us to attack the economics of things, but they don't want to give us a better system to do so. You can't even hate Biden or Trump or Barack or Bush for any of the economics of things, dude. Like, our system just doesn't make sense. You're telling me every 4 years someone can just rewrite how things are done? How does anyone have a chance of fixing anything? It's not even if you believe in them or not. Like, I don't understand how anyone has a chance. You know, in China, they have like a room full of like 12, 13 people, and they make decisions like their whole life. So that's like a pretty consistent, like, law-based. Now, don't get me wrong, it's China. I'm not like defending China's morals or anything. But the system is at least consistent. You know what I mean? Consistent routine, consistent results. You know, over here, it's like inconsistent routine, inconsistent results. Again, I'm not comparing USA and China morals-wise. We don't have camps full of people in prison, so that's different. Sent you the link, but honestly, I have it muted, just waiting for it to end. Okay, thank you. I might just check it out later and just review and be like, just to see if anything cool was said. I doubt it, though. It's probably more like... Actually, I don't want to talk on it, because I don't know exactly what he's covering. He might not even be discussing trade war. He's talking with Canada? Okay, yeah, so not that important. If you had said China, I think I'd listen in. Like, I'm sorry, but all the other... I've told you this time and time again. All the other trade deals mean nothing. Like, they all mean something, but they mean nothing in the grand scheme of things when compared to China. China's the big news mover. That's the one you really want to pay attention to. It's the only other global power that we actually trade this much with. A lot of money, a lot of stuff. A lot of importing and exporting. Discord link is not working? What Discord link?
You know, to be honest with you, actually, I think I paused invites to my main server because I was tired of the amount of bots joining. Because I have like 4 Discord groups who are like attacking me because we're just better than them, and I keep telling them that we're better than them, and so they send like fake accounts. And it's funny because 2 of them are sitting in here still with like backup accounts, I think, and they just like keep sending each other invites to bot accounts. And I just can't combat that, so I just paused all invites for now. I can send a new invite though, I think. I had to stop though because it's insane how many bots are joining my server, and we can ban it, all of them, you know. But I mean, it's just like it's annoying. Here's a new one. Druv Desai. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. There you go though. Hopefully that works. But yeah, sorry, I had to pause invites for the main server. Again, I don't really care about how many people join my group or sign up. It's more or less just like there, you know, but people really do abuse it and just spam it, and then they use it to message people. But if anything, guys, I would just make sure in your settings on Discord that you have the setting on that says basically no one can message you unless they're in the same server as you, and they're the same, and they have you on your friends list. So they have to actually send you a friend request before messaging you. I would definitely make sure I have those settings on. Therefore, it's a little bit easier to manage all the bullshit. And if you do ever actually want to message someone, you could just be like, hey, man, let me add you, and then add them. Most people in my chat are pretty chill. The people who are actually humans, you know, the bots will just, you know, link you weird things. Yeah, there's this Bueller bot that keeps asking for nudes. Yeah, I know. If I showed you the log, I had to ban like 3 different accounts the last weekend. But they kept sending like nude links to servers that had like nudes all in them and stuff, and I'm just like, huh? I just don't get the marketing behind it, like the target audience, you know? Like if you're gonna do that, go do that in like a group where you have a good success rate, probably, you know? But I think if they just take 2 seconds, they'd know that that wouldn't work in my server. It's like the student loan scam crap. You know how like you get random phone calls like, yo, you own student loans, send us your credit card info so we can take your money. It's funny when like people like me get a call like that's like, bro, I literally dropped out of high school. I didn't even go to college. Why am I getting that phone call? Like I shouldn't even be part of that target audience. And same thing for like the car loans and stuff. It's like I know people who don't even own a car who get called about car loans. It's like, bro, this target audience is horrible. Your success rate's going to be through the floor. It's like I'm trying to help the scammers learn a little bit, but again, I'm just reiterating just how stupid scammers really are. They don't think things through. But you investigated those links for a few hours though, right? Yeah, totally, man. I don't save any of those links. Me? I would never. Wink, wink. I swear it's like a backdoor link. Once you click it, bam, virus or the UPS scam. No, most of them are legit like links. But I definitely don't suggest clicking on any of them. I take it from my personal experience with my Steam account. I had like $2,000-$3,000 worth of skins for Counter-Strike in my Steam account, and I got hacked. And it's all because I clicked a very weird link on Twitch. I clicked like this link. I didn't even log into my Steam from it. It just like, that was it. I clicked it. That was GG. Bye. They logged into my mobile authenticator. They took everything I had. Thankfully, I did it quick enough and got it back before they could sell anything because of the trade lock bans. And I got it all back without getting screwed. I just had to change all my passwords and re-get the info and stuff, but I was good. But it was very scary because I was actually hacked for like 2 days straight. It was genuinely like, yo, what the hell? I was like, I'm never playing Counter-Strike ever again. And the next thing I know, next day, Steam hit me up. Hey, idiot, here's your info. Yeah, I definitely can tell you from personal experience, do not click on links at all. Even if you think it goes to something that you know what it does, or you think it just goes to a server, like, still don't do it. Because you never know. But yeah, so just be very careful. It doesn't take anything but you just slipping up and making a mistake to get in that kind of water. But
I heard scammers sometimes include typos and whatnot because they want to be they want desperate slash dumb people who are more likely to fall for the scam. Yeah, I mean that could be the case too. They're able to send email from government email address. That's crazy. Scammers don't have to be smart. They just need to be smarter than the people they are scamming. That's true. That is true. I can't believe how many strong secure government email servers are. I always think it's crazy. Like I've gotten some as like a YouTube account owner, like one that actually gets paid to do YouTube stuff. I get emails sometimes that are like a fake YouTube account, and it'll be like, "Yo, man, you owe money on your taxes. Hit us up." I'm like, huh? Why would YouTube give a shit about that? Like, they don't care. Just really weird. Sometimes you get those, and it's like, and you could tell it's definitely not YouTube or Google messaging you. Plus, they'll literally tell you that. Like YouTube, when you sign up, they literally tell you, we will literally never email you. And if we do, it'll be from the secured account that you can't even reply to. Like, you can't have a conversation with them on the email. You can send all you want, but it might just be automated responses. Had someone steal my Steam account, buy like 3 games with their own money, took it back, and now I own Valheim and Men of War. Wait, you got hacked and they bought things on your account? That's even crazier. That's like reverse scamming. He did the Robin Hood on you, but like in the modern world. He took it from you, added to the pile, and gave it back. And gave you Valheim? Like, that's actually kind of a playable game. Yeah, he gifted you. That's a hero. Yeah. Bro, legit Robin Hood of the virtual world. That's kind of funny. I thought that was going to end a lot worse, and then it ended up you gaining. I saw what game Lag to Death was on yesterday. He can't get off of it, man. A robber breaking in and leaving money. Yeah, like, what are the chances? Sorry I broke your window. Here's $10,000. That's too good. Saw the 3 games I had and felt bad? Fuck that. I wouldn't feel bad. You were playing Kingdom Come too. No, I was talking about yesterday. I saw what you were on. All right, let's see. Do we get more price? We're probably just going to settle around this area for a while. Like I said, around lunchtime. And then towards the end of lunchtime, towards 1 o'clock, there's a very good chance that your chances increase that we do finally get that break and directional move. Just because time has finally gone by from 10:30 to the next session. Because it's, like I said, you really got to review that 3 phases of the day video if you guys haven't. We've even gone over it a bunch of times in the streams. But it's so important to understand that. So you can get better at understanding the pacing and how much movement a chart can potentially have left in it without even doing the math or the calculations. Which you could still do all you want. You could still do the MMM. But the 3 phases of the day is just a logical way of thinking about things. I really do like that.
Yo, real quick, who is the guy that asked for the Discord link? Drew or Jeruv? Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Did you join the Discord link? Oh, he did. He's right here. I was thinking about this when I walked away. I was like, that'd be funny. I just talked about how dumb scammers are. And he asked me for the invite link after I just said it was, like, private. It'd be funny if he just circumvented me just by asking permission for the Discord link so he could start spamming it again. So I just wanted to see if Drew was going to start spamming that link. That actually that'd be the biggest brain, like, scam I'd seen. Tobias said, the fact that SPX is giving away the 50% and has trouble to maintain it after previous day close got sold into quite heavy makes me think we're about to sell some more. So he thinks we've tapped out. And that's a perfectly logical way of thinking about it. Need to see a break of the 50, of course, but I agree with you. You know, we've kind of already hit a lot of our bigger targets for what was possible today. I don't know. It kind of sucks. It's like the wrench thrown and everything. Like, kind of ruined the momentum with the Trump conversation. Like, bro really ruined the momentum of the market, and he didn't even actually say anything. He just said, expect big news, the biggest, most beautiful news ever. And then that was it. So that sucks. But we're not going to let that ruin us. Trump's done for now? Good. I can call you Drew? Okay, that's a lot easier. I don't know if I'll remember that. No, I am legit, LOL. I understand how frustrating it could be, but I am a human. You're good, man. I was half messing with you, but thank you. Glad to have you in here. Also, one big thing, and I say this to pretty much everybody that joins. I say pretty much everyone. It probably is to everyone. But don't just join my group and sign up for shit. I really hate when people join my group and just instantly sign up. It's like, take my money. Let's learn. Let's get together. Let's be friends. I don't want to see that. I want you to actually take your time. So if you're going to be here, like, actually take your time to look at stuff, read the trade floor, go over what each channel is for that you do have access to even without membership. And be here for the streams that we do stream. I don't stream every day, but, you know, I'm trying my best. Content, there's a lot of really good content, organized playlists to go through, pinned info in the Discord. Like, there's a lot you can go through on your own for free. So please, 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 please don't be like one of those people who just join and sign up instantly. Take your time, go through some stuff, and then decide. And you really still don't have to at the end of the day. We really don't judge that way. But please don't just join and sign up. Please just look at some shit first. See if you like it. See if you like how things are done here. Holy China manipulation pony. Oh yeah, Namli. Namli is Benny, right? No, Namli. No, I don't remember. Either way, though. Yes, Mike T was showing us that earlier, and that I agree with you though. China manipulation is crazy. I saw that though. I saw that. Thanks to Mike. So now market can sell off or not. Yeah, pretty much. Now you have that like indication of like it should sell off, but if it doesn't, it's also not that surprising because it's like, thanks Trump. But now that he's done, I don't see what can stop it. Unless he just opens up Twitter again or something China says. Like, I don't know what would stop this from falling to at least 559. 558.38, today's open. Couple good areas down there.
all around the same area. I would love to post trades if possible. Is there any specific channel for posting trades or analysis? That's fine. You can do it in the trade floor or the post charts channel. It's really up to you. I don't know who all can even see post charts channel, I'll be honest. I don't even know what non-members can see anymore. But just keep it organized. Don't spam. That's really all I ask. But trade floor, post charts channel, either is good. Nice, Tobias. My bad, I'm just now seeing this. 2.7 to 4.8. What is that? 2.10. It's almost 100%. Pretty close. What's that, like 80? 85? Huge call out, Tobias. Great job. I always appreciate when you post those too. Because I know some people are like, please give us signals, but Tobias isn't here to do that like every day, all day. Like, it's just when he's feeling it, if he has the time. My bro's across the literal world right now in the Netherlands. Alright, Tobias, is this where I step in as your good friend and tell you to not trade again? Is this where I say that, or do I shut up? You're not trading again? Okay, good. I just know you're just like me. Like, you do the exact same thing I do sometimes. Like, you're feeling yourself, and you're killing it. You're just literally not losing a single trade. And then you make the trade that you finally lose on, and it's literally just because of greed. I do the exact same thing. That's the only way I reach out. I'm like, hey, chill out. Because it's a personal thing, too. I feel like I deal with the same issue sometimes. Like, you're your own worst enemy at the end of the day, which is honestly a good thing. If you're the only reason you're losing trades, that's a good thing. Because if there's, like, other reasons, like, you don't understand why the market does this or that, it's like you're just lost, you know? There is nothing to grip onto. But if it's just you versus you, it's like, okay, well, that's something you can work with. Again, we're still potentially seeing this dip down. I really like this candlestick popping up here if it maintains that wick on top. On the current 1 minute candle, sorry, I should have made that clear. That right side chart, if that maintains that wick on top, not a bad sign. For sellers, that is. We'll see, though. Was momentum truly ruined or not? I think it'd be a sick joke if we just retook 560-50s here, but that's just me. That'd be a very sick joke. Like, not a good thing. That'd be very, very ugly. Drew, was that good enough, though? I didn't know if you could see post charge channel, but you should be able to see trade floor. I'm pretty sure, like, literally everyone can see trade floor. Damn, it's almost noon? Bro, what is up with these early streams? Every time I start a stream before the open, it just like flies by. But if I start a stream after the open or at open, I swear it feels like molasses. Like it takes forever to get to noon. Or even just to 10:30. It's literally almost noon. We've been here for 4 hours. On stream at least. Watch out for tomorrow, Fed interest rate. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. Gotta love that. I don't even really care what comes of it, but I know the price action is going to be pretty crazy. Also, think about the bigger side of things, macro. Here. Jesus, dude, I'm clicking all the wrong things. We're just going to delete this one again. How many charts have we reset today? Like 100? So I really like to start from the top. I really love doing this. But you can go, just do the top to the very first low, right? And you can see very next day, rejection. Continuation down, blah, 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 blah. What I like to do is just mark the 50 and then delete the rest, because it's like you're just going to be looking at a lot, because we're going to be adding a lot more. They moved down away from this, so I marked this high. Where do they have like a real dominant low? Like, yeah, there's a green candle here, but where did they actually like kind of go down to? Really like right here. Then they went back up to the 50 here. A little bit of a pull up, which honestly a little indecisive in my opinion, because you have like, I don't have the volume on my screen, but I would assume lowering volume closing above this. And then you have a bearish candlestick pattern, but it took 3 days to show the candlestick pattern. Also a little awkward, because what is that holding? Okay, that actually wasn't indecisive at all. Never mind. I was going to at least try to give y'all that, but it didn't even do that. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic here. So that's that 50%. What's the next one? Next one's this one. Remove the fib. Now we're at this part of the story. Story keeps going down, and now we're kind of where we've been at. We've been marking these levels pretty much every day. And then we have this one, this high to this low, 50%. They're not perfect. It doesn't need to be. And you can see, in a similar fashion, like this day kind of rejected once, and then it kind of went down. But remember how it kind of came down, then it went back up, and then it had a few days to settle, and then it rejected away? That's what this kind of feels like. It kind of like went up into the other 50%. Took a couple days to give us some settling price action, and now it's pulling away. So, I mean, risk-reward wise, it really feels like bears have control here still. Like nothing's changed. So, I would anticipate more red days than green days until we get back over this level here, at the very least. If we pull back and we get some price action that holds, like, you know, maybe this higher low here, or this here, I'd say these are the... Here, let me just delete these. I don't know why I keep doing purple lines. The meat of this, I say that because it's like the higher low right here. And then maybe this, because that's like the last ditch spot before the gap up, or after the gap up, sorry. So I'd say two big key spots that we can go down to are these two levels that I just marked, this one and this one. Invalidation, definitely better price action, not just over this level, but over these two candles, because you could see. And does anybody here remember, and I'm going to question y'all first before I say the answer, because I love when I see who's been here long and remembers all the little things. But what is a good indication of an overbought or oversold chart when just looking at the daily time frame, right? When I'm just looking at this time frame, how can I see overbought and oversold without having an indicator on? How can I see this just looking at candlesticks? What are a couple attributes of a candlestick that show us potentially overbought or oversold, and even just indecision? It doesn't even have to necessarily be in big up or big down, but what does this show us? Predicted to keep it same. Oh, on the interest rate decision? Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate for that info. Mr. Shadow, yes, sir. I'll give it a couple more minutes, see if anybody answered. Gary, yes, sir. That is exactly right. Small, gapped up, small body candles. Small body, gapped up candle, however the hell we want to say it. I get lost every time. But yes, we have a gapped up, small body candle, gapped up, small body candle, gap down, small body candle, gap down, small body candle. And what did we just come off of? A higher low. So what does this tell us then? Without even using RSI, without using any indicators, without having magic fairies that tell us where this is going in the future, and they have a big floating rule book, we can tell that by just candlesticks. So higher probability tells us what? That we are most likely going down to at least this level, around 550, 546, 60s, right? If we get a break of that, we got another one. We get a break of that, we got the halfway point of this gap up and this.
So we got a lot of really key spaced out levels in case we do just transition down, right? What else do we have? An invalidation of this short term. So on the bigger time frame, you look at this and you're like, oh, well, this is just for swings. No, it's not. This is literally the most powerful info you could have for a smaller time frame price action trader, because now you know all the most important levels without even really moving. We didn't even really zoom in that much. And then you can pile on to that. You could add this gap. You could add that halfway point of that gap to have that going. Your PDCPs, you could have those going all the way down as you fall or as you rise, right? So you always have at least some sort of short-term pivot point to go off of for your smaller intraday time frame trades. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful, because that's how I kind of see the market right now. It's just super calculated 50% retest over and over and over again. Very sloppy price action in between because of news. I think all of us could feel that. I think all of us feel the awkwardness in some of the price action sometimes. That's okay. But that doesn't mean freak out. It just means you need to make sense of things. It's okay if some of the price action's ugly. Maybe you need to wait another day for it to make more sense. On the bigger time frames, at least. And then that should be what helps you break it apart better on the smaller time frames. If you truly are like struggling with getting a grip on what the hell is going on. And if you really don't know what's going on, you're probably paying attention to the news way too much. My Kalachi's coming back up. You just got to focus on whatever your strategy is, whatever levels you're, when we talk about it, our strategy, like, you should just be focused on levels and reading it. And if you ever feel struggled, like, restart, refresh it, go over it again. Don't just sit there and continue to struggle. You wouldn't just sit there and keep drowning. You would, at least swing your arms up and down. You would potentially try to swim, even if you did end up drowning. There's an awfully huge gap way below. The one under... You're talking about the one from here? Or are you talking about, like, under all of this? But generally, guys, higher probability says we should be going down in the near term. And we also have clear invalidations of this, too. So if we ever have any struggle and we're popping up above this with multiple days of price action, it's a pretty good chance that they are invalidating and they are trying to move higher. So it's not just... oh, it's obviously going down, guys. It's also, we know where to look if we're wrong. If that higher probability situation doesn't happen. So honestly, and it kind of sucks that we have interest rate decision tomorrow. Swings to the downside actually look really good. Kind of sucks, though, because if you look, too, as I was going through that, you actually have 1-2 gap downs in a row. So I think your average trader is going to feel that downside pressure before it's even happened already. Just because of 2 gap downs in a row. Even though these days have some green in them, there's some movement up to some extent. It's not the greatest. I think even your most average trader can feel that. Even if they aren't zooming out like we are right now. Even just being on your intraday chart, you can see that. But let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you guys have anything extra to add on top of that. I know you guys always end up coming up with some level that blows my mind. Like, you're like, that also lines up with the weekly of this and blah, blah, blah. Most of the time, y'all are pretty good about that. Trade posted, broker closed. Good to see Tobias. Sandollar said, scalped another set of 578s, 58.19, booked and closed at 0.34 for the 4 out of 4. Jesus. I put 4 out of 4. Sheesh. That's just nuts. All right, let's see Tobias's trade. Let's pull it up on the Google stream, or YouTube stream. Google stream? What year am I in? Okay, first of all, what does juck mean? This made me go juck. When they are front-running a big level like this on news, it tells me previous day closed buyers want out bad. AKA the inventory wants out and sell their moment to initiate selling to take losses. Oh wait, I didn't start from the beginning. Potential buyers and IMA blank. Took the retest where we sold the wick up and then we had trouble with the retake. Gives me a clear stop. If the wick on the woman accepts, I need to get out. So here's the previous day. Okay, I kind of get a sense of where we are seeing this level. Oh, and, okay, there's that close. We got pretty close to it. Oh, this is SPX. I was like, damn, we got a lot closer to it than I thought, but that was just because it's SPX. It got a little closer than SPY actually did. But pretty similar price action actually, though. Almost identical. Wait, where did you enter? Oh, okay. Took the retest where we sold the wick up. So we sold the wick up, and then okay, so this retest here. Okay, his arrow is actually pretty accurate. It's pretty rare you guys are accurate with the arrows. Gives me a clear stop. If the wick on the woman accepts, I need to get out. Okay, so pretty much accepting fate if it does finally retake this level one more time, because you're kind of going off of just timing, really. But also really good candlesticks breaking. And then you got that move you wanted into. Target I sold into. Dude, beautiful job, Tobias. I don't see anything wrong with it. I love your word selection. But let me know if you guys have any problems or any questions about what's on this chart. What's up, Caesar? I trade volume profiles on the SPY. Nothing wrong with that. I haven't used them in a very long time, so I'm very rusty on them, so don't criticize me super hard. Bear with me there. But I actually like volume profiles a lot. I really like the... Is it 70%, Caesar? The main like zone that pops up, the more highlighted area that pops up. Is it 70% of where most volume is, or 80% or something like that? That special level that pops up in between it all when you highlight an area. 70? You use 50? Okay. I genuinely, one of the best traders ever, the best trader I've ever met, that was the main thing he used was volume profiles. Jason, he's the guy that programs all this stuff in my server. He's behind the mustache spot and everything in there. But he trades volume profiles, and he made... I'm not going to lie to you. He's the only person I've legit seen make like hundreds of thousands of dollars on something. And I've actually seen like proof of it. He's the only person I can actually like vouch for making like that kind of money. Leland probably comes second, but I'm not joking. This guy made like a lot, and he made a lot on like Roku. It was on like Roku on the first rise of Roku. I mean, if you look at that chart, the first rally on that was pretty insane. He would just buy calls, hold it forever. But the main thing he used was volume profiles. He also liked the EMA that I use, the 9 EMA, sometimes for like daily time frame short-term swings, because it's really good for like a short-term pivot point. Also, if we sell off really far or we're gapped up a bunch, a lot of the time a 9 EMA retention trade is very high probability, meaning we're so far from it, it should work back towards it. So if we're really high above it, you can short towards it. If we're really low below it, you can long towards it. Of course, there's more that goes into that than just that, but it's a good strat. But no, you could talk about volume profiles all you want in here, dude. Volume profiles are totally allowed in here. I think that's a very logical way of looking at things, too. It's funny, too, because a lot of the times those levels for, like, a lot of the key levels for the bigger volume profile levels, at least when I backtested it, it lines up with a lot of the bigger key levels that we end up marking in here, like supply and demand. So, I totally am cool with it. You're moving to AI summaries using volume profiles. SPY respects them. Triple Q, US 30, not as much. But SPY is usually highly structured. Dude, I would love to see that. If you ever end up posting that or anything, I would love to see that. Are you in the Discord? I would genuinely I would love to see that. You don't need to be a member or anything. I genuinely would love to see that. I'm just interested. That is so cool. 10-year note auction news. Thank you, Dr. J. My bad, I'm on the bigger time frame. I was just making sure we all understood the thought process on here, so we're a little bit more biased on the smaller time frames. We understand what to look for. Now you understand the probabilities of the levels and everything. Not on Discord, your channel just came up on your YouTube? Damn, bro, my YouTube's popping off recently. We've had a bunch of people just show up in here randomly. and some like decent people too. I swear, like sometimes they'll be like really annoying like kids, but recently they've been like some pretty chill people joining these YouTube streams. Whoever is pushing my YouTube algo is blessing. Because I'm the type of guy that doesn't really want a bunch of people in here. But I would love to have, like, you know, sensible people in here. Pretty cool. I don't know where the link is. Someone send the link again. If you want to join the Discord, you can. But either way, I would love to see your the volume profile thing, the summaries when you get posting them. I would genuinely love to see that. Can you not paste in a YouTube channel? Oh, God. What did I just do? Let's just Control V. Oh, that doesn't work either. Okay. I don't know what that did. Copy link address. Why is it sending like a paragraph of code? But you need to be able to run Kaggle Notebook. Speak English to someone. Speak to me like I'm a 5-year-old. My bad, guys. I got the wrong levels on. Jeez, I don't know how my Discord did this, but I opened up like 50 of Tobias's trade review. I don't even know how that's possible. I just spam exited like 50 of them. Okay. I've never seen that before. LOL, it's nerd talk. Kaggle is a Google Notebook place where you can run Python and interact with data, like the 1-minute chart, and use AI to do analysis of the data. Jesus Christ, this sounds something like I want to get into. How much interaction with the data do you mean? Like, how much playing can we do with it? Honestly, I'd just be interested in seeing some of your volume profile summaries. See what you meant by that, like a template of it. That'd be so cool. Because I like all those stats, because it really is important. It's like me, like today, we're looking at, what's the 50%? 560, 72, and 560, 50. I see this as like a balanced out area. I see this as like the further away from it, the more we could reverse and go pop towards it. The more we're away from it here, the more we're going to reverse and pop towards it, right? And good directional movements away from it as well. Now, today it's kind of fucked because Trump started doing stuff around here, and then more data is coming out now. But usually on a gap down, this can be seen as like a median or a balance out area. And it's funny because a lot of the time there's a pretty good volume profile level around there. Now, again, it's only an intraday volume profile, so it's not the craziest, you know, compared to if you grabbed it from a bigger time frame and it has a little bit more info behind it. But, dude, you got to show me some of that stuff. Is this Leland on another account? He even talks like Leland. He's speaking English, but I can't understand it. Caesar is just Leland when he's bored. Not that guy. It's probably a good thing. He's a little crazy. One of the best traders in our chat, but he is a little crazy. So it goes to prove you gotta be a little crazy to be a little successful. Damn, we had over 300 clicks on today's stream. Good shit, guys. I don't know who's sharing the stream around, but you're doing great. Potential bearish retest here, by the way. We already talked about the breakdown of this level. We got a little bit of a push away from it into the 559 almost. Not that crazy of a dip, to be honest. We'll see if we get a follow-up move of that. If we get a rejection here, no push over 560 70s. Should get a continuation down to that next dotted line below. Maybe even today's open. Maybe even low of day. Any move over that, of course, kind of invalidates that idea, and it probably leads to more indecisive trading just because of the constant loss and retake of this area, back to back to back to back to back. So you could definitely expect more indecisive price action. And it looks like that scenario that I talked about earlier, closer to 1 o'clock, is going to play out potentially. I said pay out, Jesus. You trade SPX here looking at the SPY chart. Right now I'm just looking at the SPY chart, not trading at all. But typically I do sometimes. Sometimes I will actually look at SPX. But yeah, I occasionally just use SPY for the SPX scalps. Sometimes it kind of hurts you though, because it's not always accurate. Sometimes the volatility of SPX has that difference in the chart. Sometimes it has a little bit more push to the up. Sometimes it has a little bit more drop to the downside. So it's a little bit different, but most of the time it's pretty much the same thing. Drew said, not financial advice. Predicted close between 560 to 562. Fair enough. Honestly, I would say that's a pretty high probability range for where price should close for this chart today. Depending on how many times it's going to fake out this halfway point. Like, if we close back above it here in the next few minutes, I agree 100%. If we reject it here and push back lower, there's a good chance we'd close a little bit lower than your predicted range, but I would say the one you said is pretty high probability, though. 560 to 562. Just because of the indecision around this level so far. Any more clean price action under this, though? I could definitely see this closing a little lower. We'll see, though. Sonar prediction, 562. I like it, I like it. I don't mind the fun guesses, I don't mind it. Sonar prediction, that's a good way of putting it. Got it. I trade SPX looking at SPY primarily and triple Q. I trade the 920 looking at key levels and volume profile. Okay, well, dude, honestly, I don't mind anything you just said. Feel free to share any updates you have. And don't feel like anyone in here needs to call out. I just really appreciate the updates, because I'm sure I'll be covering them or something similar to them. And if I don't see it, I'll be glad to reinforce it with whatever update you guys share. It's definitely a teamwork thing in here. I don't like to just act like it's just me doing things in here. There's definitely plenty of people who help with sharing very strong and impactful information at the right time. I'm honestly just chilling them, having a good time just reading chat right now. I probably would have liked this price action more if we didn't have the indecision earlier. That big pop. But I don't know, that could also lead to more liquidity to downside if we do get that continued rejection here. If not, though, that probably will lead to a lot more indecision. We probably will get that sonar range. That sonar close. He probably means the 9 and 20 EMA or MA. I'm assuming EMA or moving average. Which, that's why I said I like it, because we use the SMA. Okay, nice. Because the main EMAs that I promote in here, or moving averages I promote in here, are the 9 and the 21. So the 9 and the 20, perfectly fine. And then he said he uses key levels. Like, I don't mind that either. He said volume profile, don't mind that. So I don't know how you found this channel or how YouTube blessed you with this, but I'm glad to have you here. Stock sonar is a software? Oh, I thought you were like literally guessing where you thought it was going to close. I thought that was your actual guess. That's why I thought it was a good name for it, sonar. You should have just stuck with it. I would have believed you. No, thank you though. I didn't know that. Is that like the what's the name of it? What was the predicted SPX or SPY close thing we used to use, guys? Oh, maximum pain. Is that like maximum pain? Or is that different? Is that like market maker mover range? Where you take the weak option and then you divide the number in half and add it to the current price. I wonder how that sonar prediction is grabbed. As you can see, I am also a nerd. Lately, we've been having these choppy grinds, and all the best action is saved for the last 5-10 minutes and overnight. Kind of burns me out. That's not true. That's not true. The first part of the day in a lot of these sessions have been really good. Now, yesterday, you could see the pacing was slow. I will give you that. Today, it was a lot better. But the first part of the day has been all right, but I will agree with you for the second half of that statement. There have been a lot of these choppy days, but you just got to remember the ranges are very large. Like even this one today, a lot of people are going to say is a small range. This is still a $6.50 range. So, to be fair, the first part of the day has been pretty good most days. But I do agree with the second half of your statement. There has been a lot of just like, kind of moments, you know, and it makes you want to just not trade. Like you said, burnt out. I think that's a very accurate way of describing that. I think the best thing with that, though, is constantly refreshing, like I was stating earlier in the stream. Resetting your levels, I feel like, is a very good way of refreshing yourself, kind of re-going over the story of the chart. Because I agree with you. Being burnt out just sucks. It doesn't even matter if you're doing good or not. It's just like, if you don't even want to be there, what's the point, you know? I don't blame you, though, Anomaly. A good review of the kind of, like, mood of the market recently. I love when you guys try to do that, too. I have SPY next level down at 476.50. I'm going to assume he meant 576.50. Oh, no, he's probably doing the macro. My bad. The setup to go down is not there yet, but when it comes up, that would be my target. Okay, he's doing macro. Sorry. Just let me get it out of my system. Nerds unite. It is different. I don't know how the calc works, but I have tried it for a month, and the market has been closing pretty close. 10:30 and 1:30 prediction of sonar is about 90% accurate. Huh. That's interesting. Well, feel free to share it. I don't mind it. That's pretty cool, though. But yeah, that reminds me of, like, the MMM, how you can, like, do that math, and that kind of helps out. But the maximum pain, I wonder if that's, like, the maximum pain. It has to be pretty similar to that. Today, for me, the structure has been horrible. Yesterday was wonderful. Everybody's on different pages with how it feels. It's okay, though. That's how this market is. It's the I'm not gonna call it the Trump market. It really is like the Trump China market. I had a pretty in-depth... I really hate that I didn't pin that stream and then find it and link it to everybody, but I had a really long stream one day and we just ranted about it for a while, and it's been pretty accurate so far. I don't like to get political, but when it comes to, like, China trade war versus Trump, there's not really a winner. It's more like we all lose, and once Trump's gone, then things settle out, but it's not really because anyone won. It's not really like anyone won or lost. Like, really, we all lost. Time and money was wasted. Probably more shitty deals were made. I don't know how it works, but it is really accurate, but I will be posting it. I don't mind, but to be clear, not a financial advice. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, I know. No pressure, dude. If you don't want to share it, you don't have to. But trust me, you don't have to worry about that here. My people can think for themselves. No one in here is ever going to pressure you and be like, dude, what the fuck? I lost my position because of you, Drew. You told me this sonar prediction was accurate. What the hell, man? Yeah, no one's going to hold you to what you said on your predictions and what you're sharing. So don't feel that pressure here. It's not like that here. We got free thinkers here. People make their own decisions here. I don't make decisions for people here. And they don't make decisions for me. Neither or you. Everyone does their own. We can all follow the same system or similar or be close to each other on it, but no one here should be telling each other what to do or even betting on what each other are saying. We can agree with each other, we can disagree with each other, but no one here should be pressuring each other at all. At least in that way. I think in an educational environment, it's definitely cool. You know, you're trying to make someone learn something. I get that. But trying to make someone do a trade or follow through on something actionable like that, that's just not cool. King Carnage, I'm going to pressure the fuck out of you. Thank you for understanding. I'll post analysis from... Oh, you're good. King Carnage. What a stream, dude. We actually made it to... Oh, I was about to say noon. It's almost 12:30. We did it again. 4.5 hours yesterday. We're getting there today. I was lacking on the streams, man. I had to do some big ones for y'all. I really don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, though. I really hate streaming on interest rate days. Y'all know exactly how that price action's going to go. Like, this one, at least I got part of this movement, right? But I can't stand this kind of movement, because it's like, yeah, it's cool and all, but it's just like, it's news related. Like, that movement's not that great. Follow-up moves later can be great of that, but most of the time they cost more now. So, still a great opportunity, don't get me wrong. Like even right now, I still think a good bearish trade to the downside here is a great idea. But, it's just like, it's not as great as it could have been, you know? But you got to find your opportunity where you can. Can't be picky. I really need to fix this. I'm so tired of switching back and forth. Subscribed. Thank you for that. LOL, tomorrow will be crazy. Most likely. I agree. And there's going to be people on social media, and I just want you to think about this from just a logical point of view. But let's say you see a reason to not trade. And then let's say tomorrow ends up being the greatest trading day that's ever existed, right? And you miss out. Did you make a mistake? No, you didn't, because you stuck to what you said you were going to do, right? But there's going to be people on social media all over the place that are going to have you thinking left, right, front, and center about this. You're going to be thinking you missed out. They're going to make you feel dumb. And this is why it's very important to not pay attention to social media, because people will have you thinking things that aren't realistic. So let's try to stick to the real world, being realistic, especially with our expectations. We don't need to aim for the moon. We don't even need to aim for the stratosphere. Agreed, I'm taking tomorrow off. I think Thursday and Friday will be better. Stay positive, trade in the morning before the decision. Yeah, that too. You could also do that like Drew said. Get some good opportunity in the morning before all of that happens, because that is kind of later in the day. That is a good point too. Either way, though, I like how the last 2 days have played out. I think, again, yesterday was a little bit slower paced. But yesterday and today have literally played out to the playbook. If you guys were in my pre-market prep for yesterday or today, you definitely got a good whiff of exactly how this is supposed to work, right? And this is what I've been talking about for a while now, just kind of like theoretical, or the theory behind the levels and how they're supposed to work in the order of things, and how we incorporated PEMDAS, you know, how to do mathematical equations in the right order. It's the same thing with this, you know, how to see price action go through the context in the right order, right? Therefore, you're not just randomly buying calls or randomly buying puts or randomly investing in something. Like, you can actually make sense of why you're doing it in a certain order. So just to kind of break it down, a very quick example, like on the last 2 days, why I say they were basically the same day. Yesterday was slower pacing. They both gapped down. They both settled and had a retake around the CDO, current day open. They both popped up to the 50% of the overnight gap, which is the highest probability scenario. It's supposed to go do that, to go hit its balance out spot. It's 50% of its gap down, right? But both of these actually had a second leg up. Both of them almost hit. Yesterday did hit, and today's almost hit the previous day's close. Then, and as anticipated, as expected, as planned in the pre-market prep and in the stream, they pulled back. Yesterday's pulled back in a lot slower, way worse pace than today's, but they pulled back a little bit. They actually end up not just hitting the 50% from above, they end up breaking under it again, right? And a lot of the time they do this, they are trying to get back to that current day open or whatever next level's underneath. In this case, it's kind of a mix of 558.40 and CDO. Yesterday, it was kind of a mix of whatever the halfway point was of that move up, which actually it got pretty close to CDO. I didn't even realize. But it's a very template-like day is what I'm trying to say. Like, today was nothing special. Yesterday was nothing special. To us, they were something special because you and me can plan around these very easily. To most people, though, this wasn't a special day. But that just goes to show you there is opportunity everywhere. Oh, you're good, Caesar. Let me send another one. I need to fix that. Honestly, it's because recently I had a lot of fake accounts, bots. There's a lot of like groups targeting my group right now. And it's because we have a large history of people just taking our strategy and shit. And so some of them are just poachers. But people are generally just pieces of shit. And so the last week or so I've had invites off for the main Discord. But I'll send you one now. But that's why. I've had it off for a while. I cannot stand the amount of bots we've been getting. And I can see clear as day where they're coming from. They think they're smart. It's insane. There you go. Hopefully that works. Feel free to invite anyone you want. Just please do not spam those links around because the wrong person gets it. It's just another headache. And as I said earlier to you guys, make sure you go into your Discord and you have the settings on. I don't know exactly where. You can Google this, I'm sure. But there are settings in Discord where you can turn on no one can message you unless they're in the same server as you or if they're a friend of you. You should turn both of those on. Therefore, they have to be in the Bueller by server and they have to actually send you a friend request to even DM you. And you have to accept it first. Therefore, it's kind of a cool, like, filter between you and all the bullshit scammers and spammers and just all the noise. And if you do have people in chat that you actually engage with and talk to, you can add them. And now you have a kind of secure line of having a way of talking to people outside of the chat, of course. I mean, you should try to keep most of your discussions in the chat. But just in case you're DMing somebody, you know, do that. Please have those settings on. Because it can be pretty annoying when... Not even if you're not dumb, like you know how to not be scammed, it's still annoying getting all those messages. So that's a really cool way of kind of like blocking them out before they even reach you. And then you can just randomly check your inbox and then kind of go through them and see, all right, who all messaged me? You know, do I have any new friends to add? But you don't need to sit there and be spammed all the time. That can be very annoying. Oh my god, Mike, do you know what movie that's from? I know you know, actually. I'm not even going to ask you. I'm just going to tag Ace. What would you know about pressure? Laces out! Laces out! I fucking love those movies, dude. I haven't seen them in forever, and I still remember them like I just watched them. Laces out! Laces out! Die, Dan, die! Yeah. Man, they used to make such good movies back then. I sound so old saying that, but man. I mean, what's the last time a movie like Ace Ventura came out? Literally, there hasn't been. Goofy, you can remember it. Actually funny, it's not like that corny BS funny. Yeah, Jim Carrey classic, like just, hit that sweet spot. Like, Will Ferrell might be the only closest thing. And maybe Steve Carell. And that's it. But that's all the same era. Pretty much. Honestly, as soon as I saw that GIF, I thought of the house, like the house that that person used to live at. It's all like torn up and like, I don't know, just all the stuff on the outside written on it. Mike B, what's up? Supporting above the opening range so far on NASDAQ. Ooh, good mention. I love when people know to say the opening range to me. Yes. That is the actual sweet talk. Good mention. That's actual context we can go off of. Yes, Ace Ventura, you know it. That is true. Orb is pretty strong. I'll see you guys later. I just joined the Discord. Thank you for inviting me. Hope everyone has a profitable. You too, man. And like I said, if anybody's new in here, please do not just join the Discord instantly and start signing up. Please take your time to actually get to know the group and whatever we talk about in here. This isn't a join subscription bullshit thing. I'm not here to hold your hand. But yeah, glad to have Caesar in here, though. Drew, you as well. Don't mind the new faces. I think I'm going to end the stream here soon, but it was definitely nice having this super extra long stream, just like yesterday. The 4.5 hour streams have kind of been hitting. I think I was definitely on topic a little longer today than I was yesterday, though. I think the pacing helped with that, though. Hitting the targets a little faster. What times do the streams start? The streams start typically in the pre-market. Yesterday I started at like 7:40. I was like super early. And then today I think I started a little bit later, like at like 8 or 8:10, but still before the open. I really enjoyed the pre-market, the end of the pre-market session, because I love to go over everything before it happens, and then we try to focus on that. Like yesterday and today, and you can backtest it all you want, not making this up. We're just, with the gap downs, it's been really easy. With the gap downs, we can either aim for the 50% if we go up above CDO, current day open. If we have rejections of current day open or continuation that looks promising, well, we just expect more fib extension targets like we have on our screen, all the dotted lines. So it's pretty self-explanatory when you have a gap up or gap down day. So these last 2 days have actually been really easy to just kind of like analyze. Trading's been a little harder because the pacing yesterday wasn't the greatest. It was definitely a little slow. Once we hit our targets today, going up, and even when the news came out, the pacing definitely got a lot worse. So even today, it had its own struggle too. But still, plenty of opportunity. The ranges, like I said, yes, we're getting a lot of up and down, so very indecisive, but it's over very large ranges. I'm so tired of hearing people saying, I'm tired of chopping, I'm tired of ranging. It's like, dude, the ranges half the time are like $8. Like, what are you complaining about? There's a lot of opportunity in there. Do you post any trades or analysis? I go over a lot of trades in here, honestly. I don't take every literal trade I'm looking at because that's just too much. I'm not the type of guy to take 600 trades a day. And if you are, you're not trading. That's just gambling. But you'll see me go over many viable setups in here with conditions set. You'll never see me just say, buy calls, guys. Sell when I tell you to. We don't do that in here. People think for themselves in here because that's just the way it is. We don't do that crap. If we say we're bullish over CDO towards something, we're bullish over current day open towards something. There's no other deeper thinking or dark-sided mindset behind that. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. We plan that. We don't sit here and go, all right, guys, let's give each other some horribly non-constructive criticism. Let's give each other a bunch of hindsight, hairy BS reviews. Like, we're not going to do that in here. We're going to go over what we planned, how accurate were we compared to that. And if we weren't, okay, we just weren't. No other deeper thinking beyond that. Yeah, quick scalp trades only, Mike. Exactly. That's spot on. And that's exactly what I'm trying to drive home. You know, you're not looking for large directional, single directional days. And if you're expecting that, you're high on whatever you're on. I need it, you know, because definitely not getting a lot of one directional days. There's going to be a lot of days where we're doing both directions and both give opportunity. Like you said, choppy, but it's in a large range. And like you said, quick scalps. I agree. The main two things I've been driving home in this market has been quick scalps for just, you know, quick in and out, because that's really all you should be aiming for with options right now. Excuse me. And for long-term investing, DCA, dollar cost averaging. There's plenty. Actually, this watch list at the bottom, let me make it easier to see. That's what a lot of this list is. Some of these are for like swing trading, but most of these, like UPS, Nike, Target, LW, Reddit, Bull, these are like good long-term investments that I think are good if you can get them at good spots, right? So I think this is also a good market to be looking at discount buys, but not putting all your eggs in one spot at once, right? Definitely just kind of putting a little bit here, letting some more time go by, adding some more, letting some more time go by, adding some more. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the market's going up or down. With the indecision the market's giving us right now, I don't think it's a good time to be betting on either direction. I think you should just kind of be betting on long term. We will go back up over time, whether it's during this term or 4 years from now. Because there's a lot of really good discount buys on good companies right now. Square, PayPal, or sorry, not Square, XYZ, PayPal. Some of the ones I just mentioned just now, like Webull, I think is kind of a slept-on one. UPS. UPS is definitely slept on. I think that's a crazy discount buy. And some of these are even brought up from people in my chat. Like UPS is from Mike T. I didn't find that. But I'm for damn sure going to focus on it. It'd be stupid not to. I only do spreads Monday, Wednesday, Friday, same day. SPX and SPY. That's fine. That is good, like supportive environment and team. That matters really. It really does. It really does. To some people it doesn't. Like I know some of you guys are lone wolves. You don't need anybody. But it is still nice to have that positive reinforcement. Like if I see Mike in chat and he's like, yo, I just did this. Like it's still nice to give him that pat on the back. Or to even study it myself and review it or see what impactful part of his trade can I take advantage of. Like 60 points max in NQ is what should be done. Like you said, Mike B, scalps. I like what you said. I like it. Not dedicating to one direction while there isn't really a direction to dedicate towards. I think a lot of us call this a kangaroo or a camel market, whatever you call it. Not bullish or bearish. It's just there's a lot of movement. It's very volatile. Chopped up, not slopped up. Sonar prediction is still around the same. If anything will change, we'll keep posted. Thank you, Drew. And you do that when you want to, Drew. You don't need to feel the pressure of needing to post that to everybody. But I definitely appreciate it. I'm not going to lie, I do. I hope to continue to see you post it. But don't feel like you have to all the time. Like I don't want you to think, I don't want it to be a chore, is what I'm trying to say. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Look what happened. Trump comments earlier. The shorts got run the F over. Yeah, they did. They really did. Right as it was looking really good, too. That was actually a really good setup right here. The whole consolidation above it, the take of the next level up, the loss, looking really good. And then, just kidding. Almost smacking the previous day close. Instant return to the median like that didn't just happen. And then back to kind of natural price action, I'd say again. But yeah, no, you're 100% right. They definitely got effed. No problem. I have lost at first, then the stream helped. I don't know which one, but want to pay forward. You don't have to, dude. Just show up. Just be here. Hang out. That's enough for us, man. You don't gotta do nothing like that, though. Just be yourself and focus. Don't be greedy. Don't be egotistical. None of that stuff. Be you. Most of the time, the you, the weird you, the natural you is like the you everyone wants. It's when we try too hard. That's when it gets weird. Still looking at potential. I mean, it isn't potential. It is lower highs under 560.50s, which is the halfway point of the. Oh no, that's not the halfway point. It's tied up to the halfway point. Either way, though, we're rejecting good level to be bearish underneath. So this should go back down towards 558.40, potentially today's open, maybe even today's low. Again, as long as we're under that highlighted area just above current price. See how I'm setting that condition for myself? I'm not sitting here just saying, I'm bearish. I expect the devil's candle to appear. Like, no, I'm saying I'm bearish as long as this area appears to remain rejecting still. As long as I get continuation under this, more bearish signals under this, then yeah, of course I'm going to remain bearish. Towards what? Am I just bearish to zero? No. What am I bearish towards? The next level, current day open, potentially even low of day. We got a couple levels very close to each other. So in this area just in general, but you can tack down exactly what levels. So don't sit there and be like, I'm bearish, I'm bullish. To what? From what? What's caging you in, you know? These are good conditions that you can tell yourself out loud. And you can do that even without taking an actual trade. Right now you could be doing it and just kind of saying it out loud to yourself, kind of forming that muscle memory we talk about so much. I keep forgetting this is the opened. I'm like, where's the other candle? We're getting good continuation down. Let me fix this left side chart. A little hard to look at. Or right side chart. I can't do my left and rights right now. When you try hard, that's when you die hard. That is a bar. La 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 la. If 559 breaks, watch PML, then low of day. Good call out by Mike. Treasury yields are dropping midday. Okay, that probably is helping then. Man, hearing my dog snore is making me yawn. We got dog or cat owners in here, or what we got in here? Or neither. Anybody own a parrot? Yeah, no, you're right though, Mike. PML, PDL, or today's low. I said PDL. Look at me. Doggos. Has anybody owned an animal that isn't a dog or a cat? Anybody own anything that's like just out there? French Brittany, bird dog. Oh, I heard bird dogs are pretty sick. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that dog looks like it can vibe. I would vibe with that dog. Oh, you hunt. Okay, I see. What's your dog's name? Its name is Dog. Vito? Oh, that's a sick name. Okay. Alright, Van Damme's up there on the list. You had a hamster named Scoobert. I had a hamster named Oreo. Or no. Theo. And he offed himself because we had a cat at the time, and I think when we were away, the cat was messing with him, like against the cage, and I think little bro took a dive off the top and broke his neck. I remember being very sad. I think we went to Disneyland for like a week, or Disney World or whatever. That was depressing. My brothers killed my fish when I was younger. They overfed them because they thought it was funny. I did not think it was funny. I remember screaming and shouting and crying over a fish. I think I was like 6 or 7 or 8. I genuinely don't remember. My name is Bond, James Bond. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant Vito from, because I was like, there's no way he doesn't mean Corleone. Or Corleone. Literally one of the best, probably the best movie series in my opinion. I'm even one of those people who like the third movie. I don't understand the hate. It's not as good as the first one and the second one. No shit! What movie series is ever better than the first one or two? Like, what? What movie series besides like Guardians of the Galaxy is the third movie ever relevant? Please tell me. That is such like a vanilla surface level criticism of Godfather 3. Godfather 3 slaps. No, not as good as the first and second one. Like, Jesus. They never pass away in normal mean. Dude, they never do. They always, like, have to go out the crazy, most exciting route ever. I used to play the game. Wait, what game are you talking about? Are we talking about hamsters or Godfather? Or naughty nurses? Oh, that's an example of a better sequel. Oh. No, I swear, like, anytime you say that to someone, and it's always someone who's only seen it, like, once. They'll be like, oh, yeah, I saw it one time. It's like, oh, okay. So you remember nothing about it. You just remember that it's not as good as the first one. Congrats, jackass. That's every movie series. I said except Guardians of the Galaxy because I'm not joking. I think the third one's probably the best one. Which is crazy to say because I feel like you could never say that about anything. The Godfather. Oh. There's a game? PZZA. I feel like I haven't heard this ticker in forever. Leave it up to Mike T. By the way, we did get the target hit after it pulled back. Decent pacing. I wouldn't say it was the worst. The second retest was definitely way better. No problem, Tisius. Thanks for joining. I can always respect a man with Obi-Wan as his profile pic. Alright, now that I screenshot that, let's get back to just one chart. Two charts at like almost 1 o'clock. That's a little crazy. Let's just stick to one. Why can't I zoom in? Why can't I click anything? What's going on? Jesus. So whenever you see me add like highs and lows on like bigger charts like this, I'm just using my supply demand rule. Low of the move, top of the last red candle before the move up. Top of the move, open of the last green candle before the move down. And I have a couple videos on that. It's not like that's the first time I've said that. But pretty cool to see your comments pretty accurate. It kind of sucks there's earnings, but you said it's sliding down. It looks like it's actually sliding down from a good I swear, Mike, if this lines up with the fib, I truly believe Fibonacci is a witch doctor. Alright. Confirmed. Confirmed witch doctor. Confirmed. Aliens do exist. I just figured it out on the pizza chart. That's actually insane. I had a feeling the way that how many green candles were there, like that would be near the 50%, but I didn't think it'd be like perfectly touching it, but that's like a literal perfect rejection. If that didn't have earnings so close, this would be a really, really good calculated lower high. What's with you in finding like pretty good charts for the daily? You got any more? I totally don't mind filling up my daily charts list. Half of these I gotta wait for freaking earnings though. Like JD, I think this looks good to go up, but it's just like that sucks. UNH, I think that one just is gonna go under the radar. Target, I'm a huge fan of this, and I don't know why. But I think it's crazy it's even under 100. Nike, same story, but 60. I don't understand how this is under 60. UPS under 100. Once you showed me that, my mind was blown. And the fact that it looks like it wants to go lower is even more wild after earnings. So I think this is a really, really, really good discount buy to watch for the future. Because I think if it does go lower, like I already see it as a discount buy. So if it goes lower, it's just adding a cherry to the top. Let me just get rid of all this junk. Because if you go to the demand of whatever this is, on the, what am I on? The monthly? We're already in it. You're already under 107. 82 is the bottom of that. So we're pretty much in the middle of that range. So I don't know. Has potentially more room underneath, but like all of this is a discount. Let's be honest. Let me check my pockets. Yeah, let me know if you have any other daily tickers you want me to look at, because I am addicted to the daily time frame. I think outside of combining your either a 5 or a 10 or a 15 minute with a 1 minute chart for scalping, I would say the daily time frame is the other most advantageous time frame for any kind of trading, not just for swing trading. It can literally help you take better day trades, better scalps. Examples were the other day with Tesla and Boeing. Boeing showing us instant invalidation and how to dodge that mistake. Tesla showing us a really awesome opportunity. Again, going from the daily down to a smaller time frame, so that was helpful. And holy crap, guys, we're actually making it to 1 o'clock. We are 9 minutes and 1 second away. 9 minutes away. Time flew today, man. I don't even know how. Y'all must have been asking really good questions or something today. Like, I remember all this. It's like all this is a blur, which probably rightfully so. I remember all this, you know, but we must have been having some good conversations during all this. Or maybe I'm just that good at blocking it out. Shop, but ER is on 5.8. Damn, dude. You're the king of finding good setups right before earnings. Because I shit you not, if this didn't have earnings, I would be telling you I'm shorting this. Well, I'd probably wait another 30 minutes or an hour, but this does look good. Alright, I'll add it to the list. I'm going to be maintaining this list, so I'll be deleting and adding names to this over and over. I haven't deleted any new ones yet. And we traded Tesla, we called out Boeing, no validation, called out JD, no entry. And then target Nike UPS, I'm definitely going to keep pushing for like longer term investment, and then we can, like, I think UPS out of the three is definitely my favorite for those. But I think I'm kind of like teetering on the waiting idea to see if I get a better discount buy. Buying in the 80s would be crazy. Do you know what people in 3 years will say to someone like us when they heard that we bought UPS in the 80s? They'll think we're time travelers. And we'll tell them no. We have Mike T in our chat. And we're part schizophrenic. We have no time traveling abilities whatsoever. It's all natural schizo. Nice chart though. I actually don't mind this. And I have some super old levels on this and it's still panning out. One of my best accidental earnings trades are from this chart actually. Actually, I think it's this move. I was shorting this chart, and I had, for some reason, you know how you have the settings? You can have the settings off to like hide earnings and stuff, the corporate actions and stuff. I had that off, and I remember looking at this. I was like, oh, this is a really good short setup. And I entered it, and then this day happened, and I was like, oh, I'll just hold it another day. And it didn't really ruin anything. And then that earnings happened, and it actually, like, it paid. There was another one that happened, too, before that one that was crazier. This one. No, that's the same one. Oh, was it this one? It had to have been. But yeah, closing at 89 with like a pretty obvious bearish setup and then opening at 77.85. Like some of that was probably priced in, but not all of that. Impulse move to ruin anybody who's still sitting in it, and then they got their continuation down. Shop has some really nice price action. WHR, that's a good one. Is that Whirlpool, I think? Workhorse or Whirlpool? Oh, yeah, Whirlpool. Workhorse. Remember that one? Whirlpool. Why do I have memories of this? I feel like Leland had said something about this in the past. Or Leland sells Whirlpool stuff. I can't remember. Leland is somehow connected to this stock. Oh, there you go. It's after earnings. There you go, Mike. About time. High to low. It's under the 50%. Nice gap down, move away. I mean, the chart says 73.70s. A break of that, you got some pretty clear targets underneath. So maybe I'll leave that fib just from the high to the low. Really awkward price action, though, going into the earnings and after the earnings, I'll be honest. Like this, by itself, looks clean. But then you include, like, all that other context, and it's like, what the hell am I looking at? Man, by itself, that looks so good. I wish this was, like, right here. Against, like, the highs of that. Not bad price action, though. Could be better. Does look like it wants to work down to into that low, though. That's what it says, at least. Inside bar breakdown, and you have the lower open. That's like two things screaming at you. 3 with the 50% of this recent high to low. I marked from this high because this is where it went up to before stopping and coming back down. I marked it here because this is where it stopped before going back up. So I'm just gauging the most recent move. And of that most recent move, it's under the halfway point of that with an inside bar gap down breakdown. So that's honestly all the things you could ask for in a short setup. What's that, Mike? Dump thousands of dollars into shorting Whirlpool? I'm just kidding. I will add it to my watch list so we can keep watching that, because that is honestly a really nice setup. I'd love to see that work out. Let me know what you have, what your thoughts are on that chart, if you have anything different. And if you have already posted something, let me know where to look. Alright, sorry guys. I walked away, but I'm here again. Damn, almost a 5-hour stream. Look at us. Got our big boy pants on today. Still just kind of settling into that first target area away from this. We talked about if we get a breakdown of this area, that we will most likely pull back down into this area. If we did not pop back above 560.70s, we did not. We ended up hitting the first target. Second target can be looked at as today's open, even today's low. Be very careful of that. But to see that, they need to break 558.40s. Any hold of 558.40s can definitely cause some more consolidation or indecisive trading, maybe even a pop back up. Targets for that would be the lower high, where they had that rejection, they came down, they came back up. This is a lower high. This is where they'll most likely go if they do go back up. Also, a common spot to reject too is the 50% of that. Sometimes you'll see me just do this occasionally. You just saw me do it recently, actually. This is where it should go if there is another lower high, a calculated lower high in place. before breaking down. So if it doesn't go all the way up to this or break this first, that's most likely where it's at. Well, I was going to post in trade floor, but I don't want to ruin Hayes' hype because he's kind of killing the HIMS chart. So I'm going to post this in the main bot. Definitely check out the trade floor, though. There's been a lot of kick-ass trades and gains posted in there from different people. And honestly, a lot of them are from their own trades. I think that's why I like to brag about it the most. It's not like anybody sitting here waiting for Bueller to tell them what to do. Really nice to see all the hard work done by everybody in the chat. $557 to $560. Yeah, if we don't break today's open, we should pop back up. And probably close closer to that range you said. I think earlier you said 560 to 562. I could definitely see it kind of stopping between there. Probably around like today's open to 560. I think that would be my range if I had to set one. And guys, does anybody know what we just completed? It's 1 o'clock. Does anybody know what that means? If somebody gets this right, I swear, you win like an invisible cookie. If someone gets this right, I will hug you through the monitor. It's 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, the last 2 hours of the day. 2 o'clock Eastern. What does that mean? Does anybody know? Five-hour stream? Yes, it means a 5-hour stream, you smartass. But what else does it mean? What else does it mean? Mike got it. I want to see if somebody else says like the actual terminology, but Mike did get it. Mike, don't say any more. Yes, Robert M. Whoever the hell Robert M is, shout out to Robert M. We are in the third phase or session of the day. And Mike broke it down perfectly already. He said this is the intraday lunchtime is over. We're in the last part of the day. That's what he meant by that. You're Bobby Shore? I fucking love you, Bobby Shore. Great answer. Honestly, it's nice when like you call out something and like people follow it and like listen to it, but it's even a better feeling when you've been going over something that's part of your system for a while and someone in your chat remembers it like perfectly. Mike, thank you. Bobby, thank you. R.W. Myers, I see you. Third phase of the day, yes sir. It's a very important theory in the market, in my opinion. And it's kind of, I'm not joking too. I'm not trying to glaze myself. That's not what I mean when I do this. But like, we came up with this all on our own. And then I go to do some investigative work and someone bumps into me and says, this kind of already exists, just in a different way. I'm like, what? And I see other strategies already have it. And I'm like, huh? I'm learning from it. And I see the differences though. There is a little bit of difference between our theory and a lot of others. So I like the way we covered it. And if you have access to that BB Theory playlist, please check it out. There's also a free video, I think, on this topic. I think if you just type 3 phases of the day on my YouTube channel, I think you'll find it. But it's super, super cool way of thinking about the market and how to pace yourself. I think so many of us get caught up in trying to trade too many times to the upside, too many times to the downside, and not necessarily think about the logical things that have happened on the chart already. Like today, we broke under and then back above today's open. Good liquidity grab. We ended up hitting the high. We ended up hitting the 50% that we expected to hit at the very least, even if we did have a little bit of struggle at today's open. We ended up getting that high, right? So we got the pop, ends up hitting through the next level. We ended up getting the news coming out. Can't really give any logical sense to that part of the chart, I'll be honest. I don't ever like to really break that down and be like, oh, you should have known that Trump was going to say this and that would go up to 563. He's like, how'd you not know that, silly? Like, you shouldn't know that, you know? If anything, you should have avoided that part of the chart, waited for any kind of cool down or any kind of show of hands to say, yes, they're still holding on to 560.50 as support. You could actually see there was no hold. There was an initial hold and then an instant loss of that area and then a bearish retest. So pretty clean price action on the left and right side of the news, I have to say. But good job on the answers on that, because yes, the third phase of the day is initiated. We're in the last part of the day. This is actually where we thought. We said the end of lunchtime or the beginning of the last part of the day. It's kind of a weird wording there. We thought that we would finally get some pullback. We got that. At the very end of lunchtime, we got that. And that wasn't us doing some witch magic or, you know, doing some weird rain dance to make this happen. Like, no, it's just using logic. That's all it is. We could have also been wrong, right? Just like yesterday, I was wrong. I thought the pullback would happen a lot quicker. It didn't happen to the literal last hour of the day. So, I mean, we were right, but in the sense that's not actionable. Like, we couldn't be right and trade that. We would have been right, but also lost money. So, nothing to write home about is what I'm saying. Full day Tuesday stream? I don't know if I'm going to close. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised I'm still here. I think it was the kolache. The kolache that gave me that extra boost. And we actually got some movement after the news, so I was like, it's kind of hard to walk away because we actually were looking pretty good. Can't deny a good looking chart. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit SPY literally again. Oh, we did get under 184.40 on Boeing. We need to see end of day if we're closing under that. That could be a good overnight short. I'm not touching Tesla, even if it does close under 270. JD, you need to wait for some more time. They got earnings coming. Kind of see what I'm doing too. I'm like reminding myself. I constantly do this because I am very forgetful. Because I'll constantly sit here and just update SPY for 4 hours at a time, you know. But it's good to go remind yourself what other setups you had in play, whether you're in them or not. Yo, how many of you were in here from the open, or at least pretty early on this morning? How many of you been in here the whole time? You're a freak. By the way, just to add on to the people who actually got my holy crap, I can't breathe. My question right. I did not check Discord, so I'd also like to spread the love to John G and JC. Love you guys too. Thank you guys for getting that right. Sorry for not checking Discord. I completely forgot, honestly. I like read their answers and then I started eating donut holes. Donut holes at 1 p.m. The breakfast food be hitting today. I didn't even get to do the cringe Star Wars jokes because the 4th landed on the wrong day. But we had May the 4th be with you, and then yesterday was how do you say it? That's the correct way to say it. The Sith, Return of May the Sith. John, bring it in, bring it in. Bring in the hugs. Really good amount of ideas from the stream today. I really was only able to talk about 2 actionable trades today on the SPY chart itself. I talked about other potential setups, but I didn't really do a good job of maintaining looking at them. I mean, Tesla didn't do shit anyway. BA could have been decent. I think that one was really good if we were actually focused on it. IWM also did really good. This did literally what the theory videos talk about. It did the whole, oh, we opened lower, we fake struggled under the open, then we retook the open, right? Stick with me here. Then we went up and we hit the 50% of the gap down. Okay, done. Second phase of the day, or going into the second phase of the day, we kind of expect consolidation. We ended up getting that. In this case, we got some awkward consolidation. That news put it in a case where, like, you actually got a really good liquidity grab here, bringing more downside pressure. So if you do get any breaks of levels underneath, this adds on to it. It just becomes fuel to the fire. Very next candle, you literally get the breakdown, so it's instant fire. And then they slowly break down the next level, and you see what happens next. But it's just funny how that works. We're, like, back down to this point of the chart now. Like back down to square one almost. Excuse my drawing. But not bad price action on IWM. This could have been a really good one today. But we were just on SPY as usual. I don't even know why I apologize. I know that I'm going to be on SPY half the time anyway. Or 90% of the time. SPY is just so important. I just like looking at it. It's like a conglomerate of everything. Gotta go take care and have a wonderful day. And we'll try to join tomorrow. If not, see you all soon and subscribe. Thank you, man. Thank you, Drew. Have a good rest of your day, whatever you're doing. See you next stream, whenever that is. If I'm streaming tomorrow, should be, but we'll see. But have a good day, man. Thanks for having you. Yo, what's up with the YouTube algo, though? That's like the 5th or 4th, like, chill person we've gotten this past, like, 2 weeks. That's crazy. YouTube algo is playing. It's like pretty rare we get chill people from YouTube. I feel like it's always like, oh, I'm from this guy's Discord, I'm from this guy's Twitter, or this guy told me about you. I feel like it's very rare someone's like, yo, I found you on YouTube. Even though that's where almost all my content is. I don't know, it surprises me every time. I feel like it shouldn't, but it does. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind getting, like, the more mature people. Especially some of these guys, because they're, like... I say mature, but I say that because they're, like... They talk about price action. You know, they're not coming in here talking about... Hey, man, why don't you have Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels on at the same time? Like, I don't know, because I like to look at the chart. If you have too many indicators, you just can't read anything. So it's kind of nice when the people who are new in here, even if they don't understand our strategy, they should understand even just the fundamentals of it if they understand basic price action. We don't have some special one-off strategy. I would say the theory behind our strategy is definitely different than everyone else. I don't think anyone else in the entirety of the market has a strategy like ours, because it really is like methodical. After this happens, this should happen. After that should happen, this should happen. It's very conditional. Where I feel like every other strategy, it's like reactive. You know, you're kind of just doing whatever it says, whatever it tells you to do. But with this one, you can really kind of customize what you want to do. In a way. So I just think it's unique. It's pivotal. You can be free with things. You're not so like stuck on just one type of entry every time. Google is implementing AI through tracking viewing habits and recommending videos on topics you are watching. Kind of scary about the privacy, but it is what it is. I really don't mind if all they do it for is for that. Like as long as you're not like staring through my walls while I'm changing clothes. Like that's cool. I really don't care. Like let's be honest, it's Google. Like, they already have everything they need from us. How much more can they take, you know? I mean, besides just the money out of my pocket. But to be honest, like, I really don't mind. Like, I really just hope it just is focused on, like, to give me a better algo, not to, like, spy on you, you know? That's my only thing. Like, as long as it's not for spying and all that weird shit, or, like, to help the police out. Like, I genuinely don't like that they could just hit you up and be like, hey, can you help us run files in this guy? Like, I think that's weird, you know? Unless you're caught up in, like, a murder case, you know, I don't see how that's viable. But then, two, like I was saying, I really hope it is just to kind of like, hey, this is content that you're interested in or that you show interest in. Let's show you more of it. Like that would be cool. I would be cool with that. More accurate algos. Sometimes I like it because I found some good contacts. Otherwise, I would not have found. Oh, otherwise you would not have found. Oh, okay. See, that's what I mean though. Like that. Like that's cool. That's what it should be used for. Anything other than that though, it sounds evil as crap. Like it really does. And I don't blame the tinfoil hat people for thinking like that either. But in my opinion, like Google's one of the few companies like let's just let them have it. Just let them have it all. Let them implement this. Let's see how it works. I mean, worst case, we're just back to where we were, you know? How would you even like track that though? How would you track that they're not breaking that like trust? I think that's the issue. You think market is waiting on the FOMC event? No, yeah, I agree. I think you're right. I think she got all she's gonna give us today, and there could be a good end of day move. We are in the last 2 hours of the day, so I don't doubt we could get a good dip. I think that's very popular for this kind of market. But yeah, I agree. I think we're tapped out, and even if we aren't, so what? But no, good take. I agree. 400 clicks on the stream today. What the F? Blue fib, previous day, overnight gap fib, yellow is the current day. Oh, I love that he has this marked. Bro, everybody in chat has this shit marked, and I love it. No one's having to tell each other, hey, you got your overnight gap fib marked? Like, bro, if you don't have the last 2 days marked, you're tripping. I also like to, you see in the chat on Trade Floor, Ryaku says, F, that gap fill rejection was sexy. Like, what does he mean by that? You know, it's so cool how many people in chat know, like, the basic shit now. That isn't really basic. It really isn't. Like, I say basic, but it's like, it's so advanced. Like, that little sentence has so much info in it. That tiny, tiny little sentence. So much info. The gap fill rejection. What the hell does that even mean? Most people would hear that and think, oh, it filled the entirety of the gap. Like, no, it's also the halfway point. There's so many other lower highs. Like, there's a lot more that goes into it than just that. I love that everybody's on the same page in there. What is MOC again, Truckum? I don't fully understand, but I like it. It's a very quick scalp in the last few minutes. Oh, you're talking about the end of day, the last like 10 minutes where they take the last numbers that were kind of left over. It's like this. It's like the strag, or the. What am I saying? The slag. The slag orders are like last end of day. Okay, no. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I don't know why I thought you were trying to type something about demands, and then I was like, maybe he's using a term from like a different strategy that I just don't use. But then I was like, no, wait, I know this. I'm sorry, my brain is like deteriorating per minute. I'm not gonna lie though, y'all made the stream honestly perfect today. Like, I know I'm the one sitting here talking the whole time, but without y'all's questions and just feedback, I swear I would just go crazy and end the stream an hour early every time. Like, if I have a long stream, it's 90% due to, like, people asking good questions, or even, not even just questions, but just feedback, saying shit back. Like, hey, this is happening on SPY. Like, it's kind of nice to, like, talk to someone else. Me to myself and stuff, like, I can only do that for so long. I mean, I could probably do it forever, let's be honest, but it's a lot more fun and enjoyable when other people are adding stuff in, even if it's just stupid, tedious things like, hey, SPY's midpoint is this. Like, dude, it's so relieving to me to see someone type even something as basic as that, because it's so informative, and it's impactful. It has context. It's like, hey, we're above something that if we're above, we're more bullish than bearish, and vice versa when we're below it. So it's just nice to see everybody's on that same page. I kind of agree with what Kevo posted on the trade floor too. I do think we do get that drop overnight. Maybe not an impactful one. Maybe not a great one. Maybe we do just get a sideways open. But who knows? I think we're just positioned for it based on what I was talking about earlier on the... I'm not even on the right chart. Based on this. Yeah, this is the chart. I was like, which one was it? This one. Hold up. What's making that noise? That was weird. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm tired. I just felt it. That was the first time I actually felt it. Not like tired, like I think I could go outside and walk for 2 hours and I'd be fine. That's a very important thing too. If you're ever sitting as long as I am right now, it is probably a good thing that you stand up for at least 10 minutes. Let that blood flow. Don't be don't be weird. See, I can't even breathe. I have to stand. We'll change the levels back to this, because I kind of like staring at the daily. Now that we're just chilling, you can see where it's trying to settle. Whoa. Yeah, to be honest, what's the pointer even useful for? What can you really do with this besides... Oh, okay, you can still zoom in with it. I mean, you can basically do that with everything else. So what is the actual point of the pointer tool? I mean, I could literally do that with the price level tool. Look. Zoom in. Maybe it's more pleasing to look at. I don't know. It's the aesthetics, man. Drink a C4. I said I was tired, not wanting to have a heart attack.
These C4 enjoyers, man. I thought the white monster crowd was crazy. These C4 enjoyers are just built different. 2 people in this chat that are built different and they drink C4, so it further backs my point up, are sinful and lag to death. 2 individuals who were definitely not built on this planet. Y'all were built in a space factory and sent here on accident. Imagine the TA on 300 milligrams of caffeine. It's funny, too, because I rock the fastest DPI, so we really could get through some TA super fast. Built different, needs special. Y'all are special, all right. What's up, lag? You got Rome too, or what? Or you don't play that? You don't play those games. You just play the cooler ones. I think I asked you this before, but I don't remember. You got WH3, but do you have Rome too? Wait, it really never did? Dead ass. Wait, hold up. Have you ever gone to CD Keys? I'm gonna go to CD Keys right now. Just for you. I don't even think we could play against each other on this. I don't even know why I'm asking. Yep, it's on CD Keys. You can get the main part of the game for $14.69. I don't even know if there's capabilities like that though, so never mind. I'd have to research that. Empire was so good, bro. It's still 60? Yeah, on CD Keys you can get pretty good deals. You should just go there. But you don't have to get that. I was just actually wondering. Shogun, though, actually probably one of the most goated ones. And then whatever Napoleon, the Napoleon one was probably the best one in my opinion. But that's just because I'm a nerd. I really wish those games would get updated or you know, fixed or something. Updated to some extent. Redone, remade. Literally anything. I won't lie, when I saw you on that, I thought it was my youngest brother because he plays that game. And then I was hyped. I was like, no way! Lag to Death became 10% cooler that day. I don't even know if I own that. Let me see. Can it show my games by name? There we go. I think that's actually in my wish list. I don't think I actually own that game. Oh, Bannerlord. I was thinking Manorlord. I own Manorlord. I won't lie to you, bro. You would love Manorlords. That game's addicting. To a total of 11% cool. Yeah, you were just 1% baseline. You gained 10 at 11. Manor Lord. You should try that. That one will have you addicted.
All right, well, I'm going to end the stream here soon. If anybody has any actual questions about the stock market, let me know. Or anything regarding our system mainly. But let me know if you guys have anything. I'll wait a couple minutes, give you guys a chance to actually type it or whatever, if you have anything. If not, though, feel free to dodge or duck out. I'll be ending it here pretty soon. And don't forget to go to the polls channel. I'm going to post it right now so everybody can go ahead and let us know how their day was in case they're done, because I'm sure most people here are probably done already for the day. I do believe an overnight short would be good risk reward if anybody's looking at SPY. But again, very heavy risk compared to normal days, just because tomorrow has important news coming out, the interest rate decision. And I know every day has news coming out, but this is one of the more impactful news that has been coming out recently, so be very careful of that. The price action is saying that we should be going down, but the price action doesn't always work when news is coming out, so please take that into account as well. I don't want to just sit here and act like, oh, it's just straight up going to fall. So easy, guys. Take easy money. No, it's definitely risky. Thanks for the long stream. Time flies when you do so many breakdowns. Love it all. Dude, thank you. Thank you for everything. There was an outer bar in the 17-minute. Oh, my guy's cooked. You think you played it a long time ago? Wait, do you own it? I'm about to check your games. On my other monitor. I'm not stalking you. What? Me? Never. Lag to death games. Show me by name. I've never actually looked at the games you own. Dude, you are just like my youngest brother. Y'all literally own the exact same games. Okay, there's a couple here that differ now. Here we go. 97 minutes of Lethal Company. That's like everybody that played it. An hour and a half of laughing your ass off and then just like never touching it again. Damn, you don't even own Manor Lord. You would love it if you did. Oh, you do have Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. Is that the game you're talking about? I do own that. Never mind. I thought it was just called Bannerlord. I own that game. Wait, what's the update coming out? Because this game was kind of addicting too. Do I own a PS5? No, I don't play console. Not anymore. I used to be on... Honestly, I played everything. I was like a kid who had like... what did we have? We had like a PS1, and then we got a GameCube, and then PS2, PS3, and then I didn't even get a console after the PS3 for a long time. And then I got an Xbox One, I think, which was an L. Total L. Should have just gone with PS4. Like, at that moment, that's when PS took over. And then, yeah, then I moved to PC whenever Fortnite was kind of big. It was like first season of Fortnite. I jumped over to PC. And then from then on, I've been on PC ever since. I'm still fresh on a lot of, like, bigger games, but... yeah. First-person shooter's pretty easy, not gonna lie. Should play MW3 multiplayer. There's still servers for Modern Warfare 3? Like the original? Or is there like a remade one? Am I so old that there's a remade MW3 and I'm not even aware? Isn't there cross-platform? I'm pretty sure I could cross-plat with you. I don't own the game, to be fair, and I don't really desire to own it. Because, like, lately all the CODs, weren't they like a bajillion gigabytes? And then, like, all the updates would be like another bajillion gigabytes? I remember the updates being kind of horrendous. Yeah, it's on everywhere? Oh, okay.
Let's see. How much is this game on CD keys? I don't think I'm getting it, to be honest with you. I'm kind of over COD. No hate to you. Like, I still love UVC. Like, on the low. On the high, to be honest. MW3, let's see. There is a new one. I'm actually so out of the fucking loop. Dude, even on CD keys, it's like $67. What the hell? I forgot $70 is the new baseline for games now. Valheim? That sounds familiar. Is that the one where you control the sword or whatever? Like, you're in control of literally everything? Let's see. Oh, no, never mind. This is like first-person Fable. Man, Fable was so addicting growing up. I don't know if anybody here played that, but when Xbox first came out with like Games Pass and started giving games for free, that was one of the first games they gave out. Fable was so addicting. Like, if you had a friend to play with. If you didn't have any friends, I'm sure it was still addicting. Oblivion? I heard Oblivion's pretty fun. Requires approximately 150 gigabytes for a full install, including COD. That is crazy. It can reach 213 gigs if you only install multiplayer with COD, HQ, and Warzone already present. It's about 79 gigs. Sheesh. Excuse me. Is that what you played on? VC, you played on PS5? I'm assuming because that's what you asked. Nice. I heard the PS5 is pretty sick. Does it live up to the hype? I don't own a console anymore, but I've heard great things about it. Like, watching movies with it is like kind of OP apparently. Honestly, we should have known that whenever was it PS3 that came out, and they're like, yeah, you can pretty much just watch Blu-ray with this now. We should have known that was like the next step. You like PC, but you have a PS5? There's nothing wrong with that. I know plenty of people who have a PC and still play console. Just because there are plenty of games that are definitely a lot more fun on console too, like sports games specifically. At least that's all I know about. Like, you can't play a football game on PC. You got to play that on a controller. That's just not going to cut it. Got to play it with PS. You bought Sparkling Zero for $120, then played for 2 hours? Oh, Sparking Zero. Bro, I'm like, wait, he's drinking Sparkling Zero water for $120? What is Sparking Zero? Oh, it's the Dragon Ball game. That's the one big anime I haven't actually watched. Like, I've watched I actually finished the first Dragon Ball like when he's a kid, but I didn't watch anything. I haven't watched anything beyond that yet. But I did finish the kid one. But then I started watching One Piece. Play Baldur's Gate 3. My brother said it was fun too. Is it like Diablo? Is that the game I'm thinking of? Is it like Diablo? And if so, is it better?
turn-based Diablo with a real good story. How the hell does that work? I'm gonna have to watch a video on that. I didn't even know it was turn-based. I don't even understand how that works, though. Turn-based Diablo. That sounds like a lot. You know how much you can do in Diablo? It's basically Dungeons and Dragons. Huh. Maybe that's why it's got so much hype, bro. The D&D crowd is pretty large. I've always known it was large, but now that they've got like games that are kind of representing them, like you could really see how large that community is. I've never played a game like that, so I don't think I would even like it, but that's pretty crazy that it's like a turn-based Diablo. I could see the hype. I could see why there's hype now. I've never heard anyone explain it like that. I've also never asked. Really immersive. Damn. Those are the best games. You feel like you just like watched like a movie. You never either, but it's actually fun. Damn, maybe I have to try it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Look up for halfing barbarians. See how fun it can get. Is that a channel? Oh, I see. What am I looking at? Where's my headset? What the hell am I even watching? Misinput, misinput. What am I watching right now? Like, what is this? Is this like a challenge people do? Or a mod? The gameplay, but brain rot it. This edit is hilarious. Like, I don't even know what's going on, and this is funny. It's the Akoi guy. Oh yeah, it has to be him. Oh wow, he does like a bunch of Warhammer 19 Nurglings. Jesus.
Sounds like a racist slur the way you say it like that. Dude, who is this man? These videos are crazy looking. I'm gonna have to watch some of these. The brain rot edit is kind of funny. It's kind of like impossible to do brain rot edits on these kinds of games too. That's kind of it's impressive. That's funny. So do we have any questions before I end it? I know I already said that once, but last chance here. Last chance ever. You'll never ever get to ask me a question ever again. Or just comments to be made. Hayes said, went to the barber and my notifications were firing. Got my sell order filled and had runners. What a legend. Really good trade review by Tobias. Good post by D-Touch. Not shying away from posting a loss. He showed where he tried to enter calls a little too late, chasing that move up above the initial pop. He ended up basically selling after it hit its low of day and popped back up. So I like that he didn't shy away from posting his loss. It's very easy to show how you can mess up an overnight gap fib trade. It's very human of anyone here to do it. It's not like, oh, stupid D-Touch, how'd you do that? Like, no, I mean, it's very possible. There was good bullish momentum on a lot of time frames, so it's totally fine why he was looking like that. And very cool of him to post that just to kind of show, like, we're literally all human. It's okay. You're literally going to lose money. It's not the end of the world. Just make sure we don't, like, keep repeating those actions, you know. And D-Touch does a really good job, too. Watch. And I said this about a few people in the past, but the very next trade you'll see him take, and I'm not trying to, like, push any pressure on him. I hope he's not even here hearing me say this. But he'll probably kill his next trade, like, very well. He'll probably do really, really good on it. Just because he won't have that pressure of, like, I'm going to make a good trade. Like, he's just not even going to be thinking about it. He's probably numb from this loss that he's going to just be completely just zeroed out again for the next trade. And guess what? He's going to recover. He's going to bounce back like that trade never even happened. So, super, super cool. Resilient of D-Touch. Can't wait to see what his next trade is. But very cool of him to post that. Because I think all of us can definitely lose a trade and just feel like shit and feel like you suck and feel stupid. But it's okay. And don't be scared to post it. This isn't a place where people bully each other. It's like the opposite, if anything. Lift each other up, but with constructive criticism. Not going to try to bullshit you either. Not going to sugarcoat it. Whoa, Dr. J, that hurt my brain. Why did I even click on YouTube stream again? I don't even know if I can repeat what you said. I can say the second word and the third word. What the hell is the first word? I don't even want to try to say it. I'll feel stupid if I say that word. Blank blank suffices. Say it like a super southern accent. Make myself sound super uneducated. Lexicon suffices. What is that first word? Dead ass though. Diminutive? Diminutive? I feel like I've heard this word out loud, but I've definitely never seen it spelled. It's like one of those things. I said it right the first time? Damn it. I should have fucking doubled down. He's talking about a fancy Rubik's Cube. Jesus. He's over my head, that's for sure. Just give me a kolache. What does a fancy Rubik's Cube look like? Let's type in exactly what he said. He is a doctor. He is something. All right, he's a data J. That's for sure. All right, guys. I'm gonna end the stream there. Thank you guys for all the cool, random, fun, stupid, silly, not stupid, silly conversations all day, as well as the actual focus part of the day where we're actually going over charts. That was also cool. Not a doctor, a doctor. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Alright, well, thank you guys for the stream. I'm going to end it there. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate all the likes, all the clicks, all that stuff. See you guys later. I'll let you guys know if I stream tomorrow or not. Either way, I'll be posting charts just so we're all at least on somewhat of the same page. But don't be too crazed. I kind of like what the Drew guy said earlier. Like, maybe let's not be so negative about thinking about tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning could be really good. But going into lunchtime and end of day, let's maybe pull that back and be a little more passive due to the bigger news coming out potentially. And if it does nothing, then whatever. We didn't dodge anything. I think it's better just to be safe than sorry. And as we said, you know, we kind of like this chart for some more downside. Any pop over this level, definitely a good sign for buyers. I'll say that much. To get anything, right? Any pop over this, we'll be looking at the close of this day, the close of this day, and then this level. So I'll be referring to this bigger time frame chart a little bit more tomorrow and Thursday and maybe even Friday. So we'll see what we do. And if we change it up or update it or anything, we'll definitely let everyone know. But I hope you guys have a great rest of your day and a great rest of your whatever. But yeah, see you guys later.